My microphone now, or?
Yes. Yep.
Alright.
Okay. And I just want to wait.
To see the stream yourself?
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Wait. I'll just
Hey guys, we're just waiting for a minute for everything to get set up and we'll get started.
Oh yeah.
Hey guys, we're just waiting for a minute for everything to get set up and we'll get started.
No, everything looks fine.
This is your current stream?
Yeah.
Then you should post a link.
Oh,
To
that
Facebook.
webcam isn't working for some reason. Jack to the rack. Yeah, must be like it's a terrible sound. Yeah, your rack is missing in action. I just want to know why that's happening. Why would that be happening? Is it using my camera? Yes. Okay. Screw you. Screw you. Okay, and that's back to you. And now back to this. Sorry, everybody. Now I'm reactivating this and it'll work fine. Yay! Racks are there. Okay.
And I like we can see our commentator over in our corner. Our
He
gargoyle.
hasn't said anything.
Kenji, say something. Introduce yourself.
He can't hear you.
Well, hear me. Start hearing me, Kenji. I guess I can hear both of us.
I feel like he's put on the spot. Like, fuck. The
Yeah.
problem is if he talks and it's doubled or something, I need to.
You ready to go, bud?
Yeah, I'm ready, but like.
I mean, physically, not mentally.
What? Move this.
Kenji. His videos in there, right?
Okay, good. He said something.
Oh, what did he say?
Oh, the mic seems too loud. Our mic seems too loud.
Looks like they're gonna get started. Jackson's doing this thing with me.
Commentating remotely. Okay, he's talking, so hopefully if he's doubled, someone will tell me.
I'm not sure who's going first. I think Josh is.
It'll be
Well, no,
good.
I think Jackson
Or
is.
if they can't hear him. That would be bad. What did I get?
R.
Anyway, I can't hear the chat. I can only see the chat. So let me know
I'm
if
gonna lose
you know,
tonight.
if you have any
that's for
questions, just put
sure.
them in chat and I'll try
We'll
to
lose
answer
at
them.
least one game.
Same, actually.
I don't know about that. Okay, so the mic's level should be good. I don't know if Kenji's mic
like we're
level
gonna
is
begin.
good. But yeah, everybody just let me know before we get underway. Friday, November.
So I'm gonna be running the game through Quackle while the stream's going on. We'll see how well it works.
I almost wrote 2019, so that's good. Anyways, whatever. It's not a big deal. This thing's on perfect. And we'll keep an eye on the chat. That's looking okay. Let's start. Good luck.
I'm first. I'm gonna draw.
Oh shit.
I'm gonna draw all the tiles that you had in your hand? I know they're good.
Like Cartman? Oh.
Cartman?
I was asking Kenji if
Cartman Olaf.
pronounces his son. I don't even know what that means. Anyways, I'll let Kenji deal with it. Not the trolls.
So Jackson's going first. Looks like.
18.
I really hope that everything. I don't know why he's answering in chat though. I hope chat can hear him. I really don't know. I probably could have tested this. I'm sure they can hear us, and I'm sure they can hear Kenji at least once, right?
And Jackson exchanges.
At least once.
Josh is ILNTTSV. I'd like to alphabetize when I talk. Don't blame
Why
me.
did I try to
I think it's a V. It might be a W, actually.
Was that your leave? No, that would be a bad play. If that was your leave.
That's a W, so he almost has Wintles and stuff like that. I said Wilts to come down. Any other play would surprise me somewhat greatly.
Yeah. Anyways, again, improving with every week, everybody. Don't worry.
I guess you could play Wilt as well. Has Twit lined up, but I don't think he's going to keep LNS.
That might be a play. Let Kenji talk.
The L is just the worst tile of those three. So the reason
That
why
sounds
you're
like,
playing
well,
Wilt instead of Twin
actually-
or anything else like that
This needs a little
is
adjustment.
it's just a worse play by quite a large margin. LN and LN does not go well together either, so that's why you wouldn't play Twit necessarily. You play Wilt over those things. You could see Wilts over Wilt. You can kind of go either way. NT just is a better leave in terms of going with the open I and the open S in those given locations. So generally it's roughly around 10 points, and the difference is 10 points. But I probably still do prefer Wilt slightly, although I do think it's perfectly reasonable to go with Wilt as well. But that's kind of the thought process that's going on right now, I'm sure, is trying to assess those two things next to each other. It is very interesting the way that Josh makes these sorts of decisions.
Yeah, our audio should be lower. Hold on.
Looks like Josh elects to exchange, actually, which is interesting. You do bingo a lot more this way, but it is quite a bit dramatic. I'm too quiet. I think we might have to... I'm not sure if that's going to be changed until mid-game. We'll see.
Should be better now.
Given exchange 3, I think it's gonna be pretty clear here. I don't think that you could possibly... You could maybe... It does lean towards plays like Azo a little bit more that he exchanged, but Zone is just too many points. AENP is just not bingo friendly enough to sacrifice 24. P and N don't work super well together. They work okay together.
36.
But it would still surprise me if anything but Zone A goes down.
It'll be fun to look at Kenji and wonder what he's talking about.
I just saw a scowl. It's not good.
I'm not sure what's going on. So the clock's not working, and the board's not working, I believe. Hold on a second. Hey guys, your board is not working for some reason. I have no idea what's going on.
Oh. Go back to Igacam, dude.
Oh.
It,
Were you good?
I think we're good now, yeah. Okay. Good. I'm glad that was the first thing that was problematic. Should be good, Kenji. Mute yourself.
all right, there we go.
Okay. Board is good. Let's go.
Okay, I think we're back. That would be why. For some reason, the board wasn't updating. Yeah, I don't think any of us did WTF. All right, so it's a bit hard to follow the scores in this game, but I think I'm just going to try to play this a little bit by ear. Just playing nitrates. Seems reasonable. I think that's the only bingo. I guess you could play transits as well.
Your board isn't working.
Jackson already has Boniato somehow lined up, even though he doesn't even know the eye exists yet. I guess he almost has it in Collins if you're underlapping Zoe, but yeah, I'm gonna assume Josh is up by about 40 at this point. I don't know the exact scores. I was going to follow it, but because of technical difficulties, I wasn't able to. The top left is actually going to be pretty restricted here. It's actually pretty hard to play into. If you're behind, you may want to do something, but in general, the board actually isn't that open just overall, so probably not. It's not like Jackson's so far behind that he needs to worry that much about it right now. There are still underlaps, even though the so-called Boniato underlap is unlocked or was blocked. It was stuff like patents do still exist. That's probably going to be the highest scoring play. But yeah, there's stuff like Ponton as well that does a little bit more to open the top left and keeps probably a little bit of a better leave. So those are the types of options I think you'd be looking for here. Ideally, you'd be looking for some sort of... There's also Nanobot, which is what Jackson has lined up. I think I prefer Ponton a little bit, but Nanobot's perfectly fine too. The leaf's certainly better. The P is definitely a better tile than the B. The B is just not that great. It's not that flexible. Will be interesting if they actually try some sort of extension to nitrates. I'm not actually sure what those are off the top of my head. They probably don't score enough, but with these sorts of racks, when you have like an awkward duplicate O and a B and a P, and not really a lead that has anything great going for it, you may actually want to make some sort of play that just is short and tries to do something. You can also play Boon alongside Nitrates and set up your case. Well, not your case, your O in general. That does leave parallels, but you have the T for those parallels, and your opponent has a random rack. So I do think that's actually also an option. There's quite a bit to think about here. But I think that for the Aboon hook and for the parallel T, I think that it would actually be better. Jackson elects to go with Nanobot. That does take an S. It does give him the best leave of the reasonable options, so that has that going for it. Josh has vowels. You'd be looking for some place to play some of these vowels, so an open P. He doesn't have that. He's just going to play Ionize, looks like. It's probably the best play. Only play that really gets rid of most of the vowels. And doesn't do anything too dangerous to the board. Doesn't have an L hook. Probably will end up showing up as well. Jackson has clunky consonants, but they're scoring consonants. But there's not really a great scoring spot on this board. So he could play something like Fey and Ionize and then set up Pike next turn. Scores 30 now and it's going to score 45 later. Probably won't get blocked, but could get blocked. Ideally, you want to get rid of as many of those as possible. So, Josh blocked keypad, for example. That would be something that would be decent normally. There's also stuff like pay. Stuff like fakie. If you're going to play fakie, you can probably actually want to sacrifice some points. You don't really want to put a Y in that slot along the FE and Ionize, because that Y is going to be hit really hard in triple word scores. And you don't really want to play fake there either, because there's just too many hooks to fake. IFY certainly looks appealing, but I don't really see any plays that really do IFY plays and score significantly. A lot of plays for the T. There's a lot of almost to the T, and that's probably the place where you'd be looking if you're Jackson, at least primarily at first. Also, IFY parallels to Nanobot, things like that. You're never going to be able to stop Josh from scoring in future turns. There's also Peaky along Ionize. That's also a reasonable option. And these are the racks that you want to be taking a long time on, because there's so many different options that score reasonably equivalently to each other. Worth noting, Josh has a very basic rack. He has very, very few options, and so he's going to be playing Hexade almost immediately in one of those two spots. If you have a rack like Josh's, you should also be thinking about your options, and I expect that Josh will be playing within 10 or 15 seconds after Jackson does. Jackson has pay lined up, certainly at least reasonable. I'm not sure that's what I would be going with, but I could fully see why that would be the option that Jackson would select if he does end up selecting it. Justin's lining up Fike. Again, I'm pretty sure it's the same spot with Ionize. Looks like he's actually going to play it. AIP is not the greatest leave in the world. I do think if I were to play Fike, Fike scores, let's see, 38. Yeah, I could see it. I think I would probably prefer playing Fakey over Fike, but I could see why you might be wanting to play Fike as well. Now, that being said, like Peaky and there are a number of plays that score almost the same as Fike does. That being said, there's already an open S, so opening a second S hook with Fike really isn't that bad because the nanobots hook already exists. Although the Fike hook is a little bit more dangerous, and it does open the Y and it does open the E. Jackson changes his mind and goes with Yipe. That gives him Kiff next turn, which is certainly nice. I probably like this a little bit better. Having the AY there when you have both the K and the F is really nice. It's not something that is too easy to use. And he draws the blank. Josh has Hex lined up. I'm assuming that goes with Ionized.
49.
He plays it pretty quickly. I'm surprised he didn't give at least a little bit more thought to Hexade. But you are keeping the A. QAT does exist in the top right, which is useful. So I do think that that's probably a consideration that Josh was thinking in terms of making a play like Hexed as opposed to Hexade. Jackson is going to look for some bingos. I don't think there are any here. Obviously, when you have IKE and you have a rack like this, you look towards like bingos. But I'm pretty sure that fad-like isn't a word, and there's not really any good floaters, and the F isn't a particularly good tile anyway. You might think about and see things like fakery and think that might be a word, but I'm pretty sure there's nothing to do here. Pretty obvious, you just want to go to the K and the F. Normally, you want to be keeping a more balanced vowel consonant ratio, so you'd want to be playing Keef as opposed to Kiff. But with the blank, you actually care a little bit less about vowel consonant ratio. You actually care more towards how good or bad the tiles are individually. And because of that, you actually want to be playing and holding the E, even if it means keeping 2 vowels and only 1 consonant. That's probably actually better than keeping 1 vowel and 1 consonant when you have the blank involved. Whereas if this were just there was no blank and it was just AD versus ADE, it would be a lot closer. You can also consider fade over hexed. You do have the E for axe. I don't know if I would do that. I kind of don't think I would, but it is a consideration that you should be thinking about. It scores roughly the same number of points, keeps EKI, which is okay. And it does do something to inhibit that top left, which has a numerad of very high scoring opportunities with basically just a random rack. That being said, I do expect plays, to go in that quadrant rather than over nanobot because of how easy it is to score a significant number of points using those overlaps as opposed to CAF, which is a bingo line, and which doesn't have the same ability to score. Turns out Josh actually wanted that K because of Kapik, which is something that doesn't show up very often, but it does show up occasionally, and when it does show up, it will score a lot. That being said, he's just going to take his constellation QAT. I don't really see any other decent options as Jackson draws a ridiculously strong and easy rack to play. He has a number of bingos to choose from when it gets to his turn. I assume that Josh is thinking about QAT to the left of Ionize as opposed to QAT with Nanobot. Pretty close options. I don't really have a strong preference either way. You could think about maybe also something like Map over Nanobot over the NA and then set up QAT for next turn, but I don't think I really like that. It is okay. It does make that scoring spot in the center top of the board a lot better for you because there's no longer DAY or RAY or SAY. You know, AN is a lot more difficult to parallel. And QAT is going to score 39 points if you do that, as opposed to 24 or 28 this turn. And MAP is tiles you probably want to get rid of anyway. They're not particularly good on this board. So that is something you should at least think about. It's probably not something I would end up doing, but I would at least think about it, and it actually might be quite reasonable. Now, there's also Ape and Hexed under the same idea. You get rid of the spot, you set QAT. It's not a very good spot otherwise. So actually, yeah, there are a lot of options here, even though it may seem like you should just play QAT immediately. AMIPT is going to score, is going to bingo some of the time as well. And you do have the I for QAT. You know, if you play QAT and the T and Nanobot, you do have overlaps, but they're not going to be high scoring overlaps necessarily. They're going to be like Pit, which is going to score 28 or something like that. So there are a number of different options you can take. Josh actually ends up playing Pitman, which is yet another option. It does actually remind me of a position that was fairly commonly debated in the World Championship. I think it was the World Championship. It might have been. It was the WESPA Championship, I believe, where there was Pitman and there were a bunch of other options. And Nigel did something that was very, very unorthodox, and a lot of people got very angry at him for it. But there was the Q, there was Pitman. I think it was almost exactly the same rack. Maybe it was a slightly different rack because I think the Pitman was from the P. Anyway, back to the game. Jackson plays probably Sending, I'm assuming. You have a myriad of options. He's just probably trying to put something that is difficult to parallel in terms of the ING and Sending. I'm not really sure what the extensions are to Sending. There probably aren't too many, and they're probably not very relevant. Josh has Q Oracle. Again, there's still QAT there, but there really aren't the same sort of options that there were last turn in terms of options for getting rid of the Q. You really don't want to be keeping the Q, I think, in another turn. You could play something like Cola. Cola is going to set up QI if you draw an I next turn. It scores more than QAT, but it's keep QER, which is a limitation as to your ceiling. It's very, very hard to score more than QI and QAT next turn, and you have to actually draw the I. Jackson can easily block, although it does set up the Scop hook, but that's going to be made a little bit redundant by all of the overlaps to Nanobot on the left side. Thanks for tuning in, Cynical. Have a good night. other options besides Cola and QAT. There's just QI as well, I guess. You could just drop the QI onto the I in lionized. Or the I in sending. And what he ends up doing, I just permanently kill the bottom right, which is a bit of a problem. I expect Jackson to now focus mostly on trying to take 2 turns to block the top left with most of his rack. In this case, he has a blank, so he's just going to be playing something like Wham and doesn't care as much. But he still should care. He actually still should be blocking even though he's ahead. That's something that a lot of people do way too often. He's VOD set up. That's reasonable, but it doesn't do as good of a job in terms of blocking. That being said, you may not necessarily want to block, obviously, because again, you have the blank. So it's not nearly the same importance, and the V is just a lot worse. The leave is a lot worse. So those are definitely the 2 plays I think you're thinking about, though. It's just, do you want to give the S and the away overlap? And you generally really don't, but the difference in leave is just enormous. So it's one of those positions where you can identify very quickly it's very close. And it doesn't really matter too much what you play, so you should just probably pick one of them, even though that they're close. Most of the time when they're 2 close plays, you want to be thinking about them because you want to be making sure that you're not making a terrible decision. But in this case, it's very easy to see that you're not going to be making a terrible decision either way. There's just the points and the blocking potential of Wham versus the better leave and superior bingo options of and they mostly cancel out. It'll be very, very surprising if either play were significantly better than the other. Stylistically, I suspect that Jackson will probably be going with with Wham rather. I do think that he prefers more closed options when he's faced with these sorts of marginal decisions.
32.
And turns out he's proven me wrong. He plays VOD. Either play is fine. Either play is roughly equivalent to each other. Josh draws the L, so he already had the L. He draws the T, so now he has Crotal and Lionized. That Lionized hook has been sitting there a while. I actually usually jot down those sorts of hooks because I may miss them later in situations like this where that hook is just there, 4 turns later, and even though I saw that hook probably when I played Ionized, I may have forgotten about it. But it's really important that he finds this, and it's something that if you see, you probably will be playing immediately. I actually don't see any other bingos right now at all. But even if there were a better bingo, this is one of those times when you just play it immediately when you see it, because even theoretically, there's probably not a better bingo. And here it goes. I guess you want to make sure there's not a bingo above VOD, but Crotal's scores just as much as if we're going to hit the triple. It's 86 or something like that. So yeah, it's just a very, very clear play. So Josh is still, he's ahead, but he's really in actuality behind because Jackson has the blank. And again, Jackson's not going to be too concerned with bingoing immediately. He has a hem lined up over Crotal. That's certainly feasible. He'd like to keep the A and get rid of another E if he could. Not the cost of completely scoring like 20 points or something like that. But he's not going to play EME over Crotal. But
33.
He still would like to do so.
290.
Plays it rather quickly.
Yeah.
Probably still the
You
best
said
play,
N, right?
but
Yeah.
I like to take my time when I actually look
'Cause I
at
literally
options
just
like this.
imagined it as an N. I didn't remember if you actually said that. Like when you put it down, I was like, yeah, it's an N.
I guess when when you've had the rack in front of you for 5 minutes, you probably have already looked at other options in the board. So he's probably only looking at the options over Gortal and actually already knew what those options were before Josh played. So if you can actually time manage and look at your options upside down and think about them ahead of time, you can actually play very, very quickly. It's one of the tricks that top players use a lot of the time if they're trying to speed rush their opponent. They just say, okay, these are the best options, and then when my opponent plays, I'm just going to look at plays that are created by what my opponent did. Josh has pretty much garbage and is behind still. Not really any good overlaps. You're not going to play BOS over a ham. You're not going to play unbar either. If I'm Josh, I would actually be looking at trying to draw the blank here a lot. And I might actually exchange this rack. Getting rid of the U is going to be very difficult. You're not going to be able to score regardless. So you can kind of think of your points in terms of a commodity that you're spending where you're trying to get a bingo and you need that bingo to win. And so you can kind of sacrifice the points now rather than wait for the future, because I don't really see a lot of options for Josh to actually outrun Jackson without the blank here. And his options are pretty bad. His options are like OBE and overhexed, which obviously isn't ideal because UUNNS isn't going anywhere. Or unbar, but that leaves a U, which you really don't want to leave. Not great options at all. Bunt. That blocks your primary bingo lane, though, and gives easy points as well. Don't really see a lot of outs, actually, for Josh at all here. If with Jackson's rack, the first thing you should be thinking about, by the way, is you should be looking for bingos now. You shouldn't be looking for bingos when Josh is when after Josh plays and looking at the board. You should be like, okay, EEGIRY, and then you should be thinking, okay, what do I have? And you should be seeing things like, oh, Tiger Eye, if there's an open E or T. Is there an open T or E? Okay, no. And it's useful to be doing that now, even though there's nothing really open. There's not really any eighth lines actually whatsoever. You want to be doing that sort of thinking rather than just sitting there, because there's not really much to be thinking about right now. You're probably going to end up playing key or I. You probably already made that decision, actually. And you're just going to be sitting there and saying, okay, what are the things that he could be leaving open, and what are the things that I have to those specific tiles, particularly the tiles that are weird. But that's something that you're going to see a lot of the best players do. I've seen Will did that once against me, where I hung a G and he played a blank bingo to the G immediately after I hit my clock, and it's just like, well, and he's just like, how could you possibly find things that quickly? And he's just like, I already permuted this rack through the G. If you hung a G, I was going to play this. You hung a G, I played it. Josh is probably spending part of this time just lamenting the fact that his options are so bad, and then he's doing what he said and just exchanging, which actually is probably what I would be doing as well here. He just has so bad options. I might actually even get rid of the O in the end as well. I think he needs the blank, and I don't think he's gonna win without it. And NOS, I guess the O does go above Nanobot, and does go above Hexed. There's 4 of them left, though. I don't know. I think it's... I do think that it's I think I might exchange the N and the O as well, but I think it's reasonable to keep because it's obviously just a better leave standardly.
31.
Jackson plays I. I'm sure you already thought about Key versus I. Not really much to say in terms of the fact that, Key does block some overlaps, but it does hang a Y open, whereas that spot has the potential to score with a bunch of tiles that don't really fit his range whatsoever. Josh plays Gur rather quickly, has to be the best play, I would think. This is one of those situations where when you're playing and you're in Josh's shoes, you just have to assume that the blank is going to fall on your rack magically, even though you kind of know it's not going to. After you have a pretty good idea that the blank is on Jackson's rack a huge percentage of the time, but you're just not going to win without it. As you see audio go down. But I think Josh already knew that this was probably going to happen, and he may have actually even made a setup for the S or the blank, hoping that he would draw it on a future turn, something that creates an S hook, maybe like putting the P over Pan in the spot that Jackson just played to set up the S, just because he knew he would need to draw the blank, even though he kind of knows that Jackson has it. And yes, it is going to kill some spread, but the times that the blank is in the bag, it gives you a much better chance. Can would be a similar kind of play. But that is the sort of thing that you need to be thinking about. And it is sort of the plight of a top player when you actually realize, I need the blank to win. My opponent probably has it. They probably have it like 80% of the time right now. I'm going to set up that blank for like 60 points. But it's something that you just kind of have to do, and something you kind of have to accept. And it feels terrible when the 80% of the time comes through and they play, a 100-point bingo in a situation where the game is, clearly lost, where you were only down 30 and it felt winnable. But in reality, this situation was not winnable. You had to play that. You had to take the risk. You had to take that 20% coming through.
From last week's session.
And
he's
even that 20% is going to lead to wins like 8% of the time or something like that. But you got to take it, and you got to live the fact that you're going to feel stupid afterwards, even though you know what they have, you're still going to play as if you don't know.
Kenji's smiling. He's like,
he's happy.
No, I mean, he's probably saying like, no, this guy is playing worse than last week. Should stop taking so much time.
Yeah. I mean,
we have such opposite racks right now.
What's going on, chat? See, this game's kind of over. Yeah. Josh is going to just play lone, I'm sure. I don't even see... At these sorts of points, I just autopilot in tournaments. It's not worth trying to figure out the best play in these sorts of situations. Not with spread. It's just too much mental energy, especially since for me, tournaments are really, really long grind. And after day 2, I basically want to just leave. But, other people are more capable of that than I am, I guess. I don't know. It's weird because the beginning of the tournament too is usually not when the most. You kind of have to force yourself, and the more complicated decisions are usually later in tournaments. In the beginning of tournaments, you generally have to just, you have to play a style that is basically risk averse and keeping it as simple as possible. You can see though that like there's a certain amount of effort that Josh is still putting in, which is kudos to him. It's a lot more effort than I would be putting in right now. If you are going to play to try to win this game, you probably want to set up a triple or at least some triple lane spot or something like that. Something like Hall to the HA in Text and Calf. It's not going to work very often, but Jackson could have he can have no vowels, and you can triple through that. And he almost does have no vowels. He has one vowel. So, that sort of thing can work some of the time. And those are the ways that you kind of look for outs, but they're so unlikely. That being said, spread doesn't really matter, so if he does that, it wouldn't actually surprise me that much. And if that O were, another, like a T or something like that, it actually might work.
Totally.
Plays Lahal. Are top players able to deuce their opponent's entire rack in the endgame, or is that too much to track and count? In the endgame, if it's there's literally no tiles in the bag, yes. They literally go through their score sheet and they cross out all the other tiles and they know exactly what's left. And you can figure out most of what they have through plays in the pre-end game, so you can get a pretty good idea of, oh, they made a 2-tile play, this is their 5-tile range. There is a fair amount of that can happen and does happen, but there's only certain players who even elect to do that or even bother, really. Yeah, that's exactly right, Goat. We actually have a pen and paper, and we actually tile track all the tiles that have been used. Josh has unionist, so unionism, unionist, etc. Obviously, there's no 8s. I was actually playing somebody in a tournament, the last tournament that I played, and I guess not the last tournament, about 2 or 3 tournaments ago, and they played unions with the extra S for like 17 points or something like that. And they were clearly holding an S, and I was about to lose the game when they played this, and I was not happy because unisons, obviously, like if they play unions for 17 when they could play unions for 14, then like it's just so frustrating when you actually have this experience where you use like really basic inference and you actually make a conclusion, and then you figure out like, wait, they can't have anything, like they're clearly making a huge mistake no matter what they have. And then you're just like, wait, the only way I can win this game now after they play unions is if I have the last is if I draw the last S. And in theory they can have the last S because they didn't play it, and they had it, they would play unisons for like 75 instead of unions for 17. But come on, like this means he has the last S.
That's fine.
Like rationally, I know it doesn't. Rationally, I know he made a mistake either way, but which mistake was more likely? Let's be realistic about this. If somebody plays the S for 3 points, they have the last S and they just missed unisons. But it's so frustrating because like this is the only way I can win the game. So what am I going to do in this spot?
Fuck.
Those are the types of frustrations you get a lot of the time when. And most people when they play, they don't know. They're just like, oh, union. They don't even think about this. But like, if you're trying to win tournaments, this is the type of thing that you're trying to be thinking about during the game, and it's yeah.
Nice job, Jackson. You finally coffee housed me into going overtime. It's all your fault.
I feel bad about it. You're gonna play Indian, give him Jus.
What?
You're
Don't
gonna
you
play
have better
Indian?
than that?
Better than Jus?
Yeah.
What do you think I have?
Fuck off. I mean, if that's what you have, I'm gonna play this. 15. That was my original idea, but then I saw you had something better than what I saw.
This is the other, this is one of those plays where you spend 5 minutes and then you're just like, oh, you know what, it doesn't matter, and then you just play Sin because.
Don't go anywhere.
Again, happens a lot. It's probably something that I would end up. It's one of the reasons why I just end up playing a lot of the time in these situations. I would just play the first thing that I saw and just be like, okay, this is good enough.
Okay.
Because, you spent 4 minutes and then you didn't really make a very good play anyway.
I'm gonna play that.
I don't have to go out in 2 though. So,
I know.
I think.
There is something to be said about the fact you could probably stick Jackson with something if you really wanted to, but at this point you're just like, what's the point? It's true. It's gonna be hard to play the V and the C and the J. I actually don't know if you can. Yeah, he just plays the C, the V off, and for Juko's next turn probably, and then Soju if that ends up being blocked.
Do I just give up?
WTF, I'll have the scores. I'll have scores up next game. I just couldn't really do that this game. But thank you for posting the scores. It's very appreciated.
You can go out.
Again, like, I spent all this time and then you end up playing NO. Might actually be the best play, but probably not actually. Probably something just like Yen or something like that. Who really cares? This is kind of the point where I wish they had resignation.
I feel like I thought I knew what he had.
That's never going to happen, but I would like to see it happen.
But he's playing it as if he had what he had.
Maybe you know what I have.
This is a terrible.
No saves ruined, but he just goes out. Alec.
I feel like you're missing something.
Oh, okay. 39.
No, not that.
That was what I was missing. I was missing Ruin.
Don't you have a C?
You might actually get more play playing Soju.
Oh, Juko! I didn't see Juko.
I would not bother with this in the tournament.
Yeah, it's like, I don't want to play Juko now.
Okay. Maybe if this, if it's late in the tournament and spread matters a lot, in a situation where I'm trying to outrun specific players for spread and I know that every point might matter, then I might be a little bit more willing to go through these sorts of situations, especially if I'm ahead.
Damn.
But even if I'm behind, but in most situations early in a tournament, I'm just going to be like, okay, this is, I would probably just play Juko's and out and live with the fact that I might be losing. I guess what? Soju's better by like, is it actually better? Because there's no other spot for the C. Is there?
6.
Yeah, I just get C stuck. So yeah, this isn't even better, but in reality, I would just end up playing and not caring.
I agree. I agree. Wait, I forgot what my play was. Shit. No, that's so bad.
Wait, what else did you have?
I don't know. Something.
It for 358 and 6.
Dude, you weren't okay.
What?
Yeah.
Minus 20.
I mean, if you want to do that.
What do you mean? You went overtime. I wasn't copy you really. Barely. After you lost. Okay. 344, 494.
364 minus 20 is 344 to 494.
Yes. Good game.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is nothing at all. So what happened here? Let me see. Let's go, Jackson. Well,
Who said that? Who said that?
Erickson.
Oh, hell yeah, Erickson. What's up? I don't know if we...
Coracle. Oh, cynical left. Okay, sorry, cynical left. I'm glad you joined me. Yeah, I almost missed Lion Eyes.
Yeah.
NCFFA 500.
I just realized I look ridiculous on stream. Should have just taken the water bottle.
What's up, Mitch?
No, the board is upside down.
Did Mitch say that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could somehow give Kenji
That would be cool. That's
access to my computer.
That's
so
gonna
that
happen
you
in
can
the
just click
future.
the button, click the hotkey or something, and turn the board over or something.
So 1-0 for the 0-0. Looking in chat is not for the game score. The 0-0 is for the match score.
What's that?
You talk to Kenji about poker, don't you?
Yeah, is that like getting the last draw five?
Yeah.
Okay. Who said that? But I couldn't even get rivered. That's the thing. Poker fiend.
Man, getting fucked.
Yeah. It's the headline for that game. Man getting fucked.
Wait, where did I have unisons?
You didn't? Okay, let's go.
I gotta go to the bathroom. Castle's queenside. Okay, Kenji.
Event. Best of 5.
I'm sorry, Kenji, if I played poorly. I really didn't know what to do when I exchanged.
What'd you keep?
NOS. I exchanged BNUU. I could have played for like almost 30, but
Oh, jeez.
after I was going for the U's for so many turns with my Q, I had a Q with Hext.
Oh,
I
really?
went for it again with Pitman. I probably should have just played my Q off.
That's why it took so long. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Also, it's for $50 if anyone doesn't know. Y'all should know that.
I'll be right
Gary
back, guys.
was telling me earlier today that it is absolutely ridiculous to play a 5-game series for money because the variance is too high. But I think it's great. And the world is turning inside out, yeah. 200 degrees, that's why they call me Mr. Fahrenheit. Traveling at the speed of light. You're gonna make a supersonic man out of you. Who's stopping? Dude, just go under. No, because it's a rocking chair. You're gonna fall off.
No, I wasn't gonna touch it.
You're gonna jump? That doesn't make any sense either. So, play another game.
So it seems like everything's working.
Well, that's wild. That's just crazy.
Absurd amount of work to get this stupid rig going. Okay. Yeah, goat rope. if you see how this room looks. Yeah.
Who said it?
Goat rope.
Who's that?
It's goat rope. You're not supposed to know who people are on Twitch.
Yeah, that's true. If you see,
I can see myself in the game screen now, which is interesting.
They can see it.
Oh, they can.
They can see it.
It's
they can see it
fly.
right behind me there.
He's got colorful walls.
Here, I should put my rack.
Why can I see myself on the game screen, guys?
I'm so much slower than Jackson on the uptake.
All right, I'm just gonna live with it. Let me know if it's annoying if in the game
Yeah,
screen
it was
with Josh
interesting
and
too.
Jackson
I
you can
hit with,
see
like,
me
everything,
in
but then I thought
the
you blocked
game in another
Okay,
window, which is
like
strange.
RT.
Oh, Kohler.
Yeah, but it hit with like absolutely everything. If you didn't block anything,
Okay.
like not everything,
No, it
everything.
makes
Like
sense, yeah.
FGG or something didn't hit, maybe. But
Yeah. I mean, I probably could have blocked everything at once. No, could I have? I don't really think I had a reasonable play to block everything. I couldn't block the 8s lanes and the 7s lane. And my 7s lane block was
more paralyzing defense needs to happen in Scrabble.
No, the thing is, like, that was a turn on when I played VA. I could have played Wham, WHAM in the same spot. EV blank, instead of EHM blank. And, I don't know, I was really unsure. I was like, VA outscores better, but it creates this nasty away lane. That.
Force way.
It's remote commentary.
Yeah.
Go.
So it was like, I don't know, but EHM blank just outruns so much better than EV blank.
Is the
All
cast
right, I'll tell them. I should probably tell them anyway.
Players. No, this is remote commentary. We can't even hear.
The cat.
Hey Josh.
Yeah.
In the game screen where it has the video of you and Jackson playing, in the corner there's a video of me in that shot. I don't know if you want to fix that.
Oh, because of the Google.
That's
Can
so
you fix that?
embarrassing. So embarrassing. Okay, I'll fix that right away, folks. Right away.
God.
Oh my god.
Kenji, how could you?
Thanks, Rob. I appreciate it. This is just so funny. Like,
Koro.
I have literally no experience setting this sort of thing up. But then one day I was like, let's try it. Yo. We've never looked back ever since. I don't know who Goat Rope is.
Where's that Dave King? Koerob?
Yeah, I'm not the streamer, guys. The tall one is the streamer.
Dave
I'm not
Koenig?
I
axcertypo.
wasn't sure.
What? Thanks, Lola.
That okay. Something's been cleared up in my mind right now.
He's just a regular man, okay?
I don't know. Korob.
Goat Rope is just a regular man. That narrows it down, though, to less than 50% of the world.
Have fun.
I hope you're enjoying Goat Rope, because I certainly am not so far. No, I definitely am.
Alright,
I feel
Josh
like I'm
going
really
first.
playing
ADNNNT.
Don't say how my times,
sorry.
okay?
Oh, and a
Jesus.
blank.
Yeah, I did.
And a useless blank.
There are
didn't over-
4. There are only 4 cameras.
Exchange
and then
DNT
there's
I almost
Kenji's feed.
expect to happen almost instantly.
You
You don't really want to keep the D here. There's enough consonants. You definitely don't want to be playing here.
What is this?
Yeah, you don't want to be playing 10. You don't want overlaps. Your consonants are just going to get worse. You're not really scoring anything, and scoring 6 points, you're going to increase your opponent's score by almost as much. He actually keeps the
no
D.
idea what this is.
I would not do that. D is a good tile. It's just not that great with D and T together.
Merlins. Don't you love people that like
Jackson
do that?
Bingos immediately plays
Pause the
Merlins.
clock, please.
Plays Merlins over Lindners just
It's
because
just like,
Josh just
they
exchanged
pronounce
2,
all
so
of your
the S is a little
plays.
bit more dangerous than usual.
And sometimes you have to look at them. You're like, that's not how you pronounce it, bro.
Maryland.
This is bullshit.
And almost draws into another bingo. K was a very bad last draw. Josh, Josh makes me look silly and draws 2 fouls, and therefore it makes his play look a lot better than I would have otherwise thought. He's Intifada. May have some other decent bingos as well. Manitoid is also an option. may end up doing something a little bit more positional. I don't know what his main, what his main objective is when making these sorts of plays. Since the scores are relatively close, you can actually think about this a little bit more in terms of what you want to accomplish in the matchup, and not necessarily with the best static plays. Because 2 and 4 points, it doesn't really matter. But if you can try to induce errors, or you can try to create a situation where you think that your opponent is going to try to induce errors and just create the type of style or board or strategic situations that you want in the future, then you're going to be a lot better off. That being said, I think that he's probably... Intafada is a tough find, so he may end up missing that, but it's not going to actually matter if he does.
Yes, yeah,
he may actually even end up missing Manitoid or not selecting it as well.
Movements. Shut up. I can't. I must be missing something.
And he ended up going with tamarind, it looks like. Fun fact, tamarind is actually the ingredient in Worcestershire sauce. Tamarind paste.
What?
Nothing. Not saying anything.
You sound like Mitch. I'm not saying anything. Am I allowed to do a Mitch impression?
So Jackson has our Kosek lined up. Probably is going to start looking through plays through Tamarind. And Tamarind actually gave him Croak, which is what he's going to end up playing.
God.
Again, this is kind of like the entire thought process, is you always look for the plays that's the best option that you're going to get when you actually have a given rack. And then you look for all the options all the options you may have gotten from your opponent.
All right.
So you can look for plays to like the N and D, and see if you have bingo, maybe the R.
I'm really rubbing off on you.
You almost have like anti-rock, for example, so you probably would look at that as an alphagram. And once you give up on those sorts of things, then you end up playing Croak. To very much set a baseline. This is a decent play. What is something that could theoretically be better, and just thought process your way through it.
Tie game?
Yeah.
Josh with a few different options here. 0 through the R and Croak is probably the first thing that most people would see and most people would think about, and it does seem reasonable. Other options, though, you could play Rough. That's certainly an option over the AK and Croak. You could play Hog in that same spot as well. You could play Hour in that spot as well. Z and U really don't go well together, and they go together even worse on this board. So I probably would actually prefer Hour over Hog, even though the leave is worse. I guess if you draw an A, you have Azure, but that's not that likely. And the G actually goes with the Z a lot better than the U does, which may not be intuitive necessarily. The G and the U are both really bad tiles, but the G has Zag and G's and a lot of other shorter or mid-range type of words that go with it. The U and the Z basically have almost nothing.
You know what I mean?
There's ZUZ, and there's stuff like, there's some 4s like Fuse, but they're not common. There's Uzo and things like that, but the E does not help that, and the R does not help that. There's not that many words. And there's not really a red spot or anything like that that makes the R so much better that you can tolerate keeping the U, so probably like that a little bit better. That being said, it probably is just 0.
36.
Josh does go with hour, which I think does make quite a bit of sense as well. Probably for the reasons that I mentioned over hogs. Jackson's going to play druggies.
No, here he goes again, playing fast.
I'm just dragged out. 74.
Self-descriptive. Oh, wait, I know not to say that.
You can actually consider playing druggies in the
That's my
other
favorite.
spot. I don't think I would, but you can consider it. It does do a decent amount to restrict the board a lot more than this does.
Yeah, this isn't going very well.
You do want, when you have two parallel plays like that, it makes it a lot more difficult to think through those specific
Maybe I should start
tiles.
playing better.
And this is going to make it much easier to eventually access the bottom of the board. So positionally, it's probably a little bit worse, but probably not by enough points to make it, to make a huge difference here.
That one's for you, Lola.
Josh is just going to play Zowie here.
I don't like it.
He has Woog lined up. Shouts to Wiggles.io. I'm sure that's why he has it. It's a free advertisement.
Oh, sigh. This is bad.
But yeah,
Bad
I
news
enjoy it, I
bears.
guess. I played a
Bears
decent
are
amount.
very bad news.
It would like to get some more people going on there. That's mostly the one drawback it has is, we need people, and it's a great site. It's basically like Lee Chess for Scrabble. So it would be great if we could
Guess
get a
I
lot more
should've
people
played
playing there.
Animated. Oh, no, yeah.
But yeah, I expect Zowie to come down. It may be possible he doesn't see Zowie. Whenever you see a star play like this and somebody taking a while to find it, you always get a little bit nervous. And he's not playing Zowie. He's playing Goop. I mean, if you don't see Zowie, this is maybe the next best option, but this is clearly just a miss. Zowie's clearly a better play, I think. Goop does create Y hooks, but that's not a good thing when your opponent has two Ys. Josh is thinking about it. He's thinking, and this is one of those times to think, because there are a lot of decent options, but Zowie is something that you're going to find either immediately or not going to find at all. If you don't see Zowie within, 10 seconds, it's probably not going to happen. Notice that Jackson has a Yeti lined up already over Tamarin. He kind of determined that was his best option other than
25.
Goop before Josh even made a play at all. Which it is interesting. It gives you kind of some thought processes to the way that he's thinking about these sorts of things. It does lead me to wonder if he sees or
228.
knows that druggiest is a word, because
34.
I think that his options with druggiest are probably better than his options over Tamarind. He plays Icy, which is clearly, I think, the best play. But it is worth noting that because he lined up Yeti, you could probably make a determination as a viewer that he probably doesn't either see or isn't confident in druggiest. Josh with Furs JW. They are playing with an unexpurgated lexicon, so JEW is going to be a word. That being said, he's going to play Fuse pretty quickly, I assume. You can actually make some sort of case for getting rid of the E as well here. I would be thinking about it. E goes with the R well, but does not go with J and W very well. And on this board, like, there's no spot for JEW, and there's no spot for any of those sorts of plays. And you really do want that S hook as an extra way of opening the board in certain cases. You know, it may not end up being an issue, probably won't be an issue even, but it could be an issue. So you do want to think about that a little bit. Jackson has one of those racks where it's really not clear what to play. There are options. There's extending the OKA on the top of the board to OK and then making plays like U or EYE. There's white and druggiest, but again, I'm not sure Jackson's going to see that. And even if he did, I'm not necessarily sure he'd want to play it anyway. Ideally, with these sorts of situations where you have lots of 20-point options, you want to be focusing on what's the best for the board in terms of how you're going to win the game most often. And Jackson does have a lead, but it's going to be pretty hard to actually do that, I think. It's not easy to restrict any of the quadrants particularly well right now. And in reality, you're probably just not going to close the board super effectively. If you're going to try, you can do something like worry, but I don't think that's going to work out too well. It does close off the R, which could be a problem later on, and if you're not going to close it now, you probably never are, but I don't know if that's your primary concern. I think that in reality, you're not going to get to close this board, and as such, you should probably just take whatever points you can get and just play strictly on points and leave, even though there's not that big of a difference between the plays. So white does that the most effectively. You don't really want to keep the W. The W doesn't have really very much value on this board. It's probably even worse than usual. So I'll play like EYE. You know, EORTW looks like it has good scoring potential, and in general, it probably does. But on this board, what are you looking to draw? What exactly are you going to hit that where the W is going to be useful as a scoring tile? It's not going to happen. And having the T as an extra isn't worth the extra 4 points and etc. of white, in addition to some of the positional benefits of white. So I do think that white is probably what I would end up going with, just because the W is probably even worse than it usually is in this particular position. That being said, given that he didn't see, and he is going to go with worry, which is probably, again, the play that's going to positionally end up with the best chance of restricting the board. So it's going to be interesting to see if he's going to go with that. There are positional benefits to this, but again, just in terms of points and leave, maybe not what I would end up playing. Josh has, you know, that aforementioned JEW, which still doesn't really play. He may end up trying something like, you know, just dumping that off somewhere. Worth noting, by the way, that hour hook, even though it's a triple, it's stayed there for a long time and is probably going to continue staying there for a long time. Even though it's a vowel next to a triple, there aren't that many vowels, and you can kind of permutate them. You know, you permute through them. One of the M's is already played. The N doesn't go there very well. There are X's, and there's like XE plays, but those are hard to draw and usually require some fishing. You're not going to just draw into Xenon or Xenia or something like that too often. So you're basically just kind of waiting for the last M, and that's kind of it. Anyway, Jet and Druggius. Let's see if Josh can actually see it. He does. Oh, you actually saw Jest. I think both players are probably missing drug use, which is understandable. Drug use is one of those words where you can anagram them instantly, and most people learn eights through anagramming. But in terms of remembering its validity, it's not so easy.
Totally.
You know that druggy is a word, so you just have to be like, does druggy compare? And is it an additive that you can compare with R and ST? And it's not something that's going to be easy for people to realize. People may not even remember whether druggy with a Y, is good with a Y, etc., etc. So it's going to be understandable that neither player is going to really want to take the chance, but I suspect neither player is also going to want to challenge it if it is played.
Sure.
As you can see, Josh plays it and draws it, and Jackson doesn't even hold. Jackson almost has alienate. A few different options here. He has AE and he has Ilya, both above and below the worry play that he just made. I suspect he would rather play AE, especially if his goal is to try to restrict the board a bit. AE ILT is one of those leaves that can just completely fall apart, but it also bingos a lot. It's a very volatile leave. It either hits or it doesn't hit, but it hits. In terms of the bingo percentage, it hits quite a bit more than even Ilya does. The eye is actually a benefit. But in terms of what is actually, it is a benefit. It's a risky benefit. And Josh Jackson's ahead in a closed board, which there's two different variables as to why you may not want to do that. So it is interesting that that's what he selected. He drew suitable for next turn, so it did pay off for him. That's kind of what happens. But if he didn't draw suitable, his next best play is terrible. It's like Jubile or something like that. As it turns out, this is going to work out very well for him, and he's probably going to win the game off of this because Josh plays Uber almost immediately, and I don't think that Jackson's going to miss suitable. Though you never know. Suitable's not that easy of a find. It is worth noting that Josh probably could have considered EW last turn. That is probably a better way. It keeps an E, which is useful for those hooks. It keeps a better bingo lead by quite a large margin, and he is behind. So that is the kind of play you want to make while you're behind. If Jackson does hook EWE, then you have the R to rehook back, both for scoring and for bingos. So that is probably something Josh should have considered. I am thinking that Jackson may not see suitable, and I'm worried. In other news, I've actually seen somebody played Unitable before. It's not a word. As you can see, Josh has actually drawn the blank himself, so he's going to be able to bingo back, which could make this game interesting, but it still would. He probably is going to need to bingo again, and it's going to be actually hard to bingo twice. You actually don't probably want to be bingoing to some of the letters in UR
24?
if you bingo. And Jackson does not see suitable and plays bow. Suitable is a difficult play to find. It's the UI combination like that is not something that is too easy. And a lot of times when you look through the S, you look for sevens first and then be like, okay, is there something to the S? And when you don't see a 7, you generally, a lot of people discount the S. And in fact, a lot of bingos that are missed are where the S is on the board and it starts a word and people just don't look through it anymore. I know that I have missed a good amount of bingos in that way. And this could end up being pretty painful. There are no like huge plays I don't think that Josh has here. Look very quickly. There's nothing phenomenal that Josh has here. He doesn't even have to bingo here necessarily, although I probably would. There's just stuff like sautoir and outraised. Probably sautoir if he's gonna picking one of those bingos. There's even stuff like essoin through the S in druggiest, which is actually kind of reasonable. Probably not worth it. I mean, the options are not great. There's Soapier alongside Merlin's. It's just like ROC. There's Zoea. I may actually consider this because that U is not something that is too threatening. So you actually may think about keeping it and trying to hit a triple next turn. There's no reason for Jackson to assume whatsoever that you actually have a blank here or have any sort of huge options that, or like something that could triple a lot, but you actually do. Your rack is very well hidden at this point. So it actually might be worth it to be looking for plays that triple some of the time. Josh does go along with sautoir. I have no idea how to pronounce that word, but some play that is pronounced kind of like sautoir, and that's perfectly fine too. But it isn't mandatory to bingo this turn. But if you are going to bingo, I think this is probably the best option. Jackson lines up plot. Plot is the most defensive play. This is one of those boards where the I, N, and S as bingo lines are probably going to stick around for a while because anything that you do to try to play through them or block them is probably going to open up just as much as it blocks. And it's really difficult to actually score anything over there. So it's probably just going to be left alone. It's worth noting that ER may also stick around for a little while, and as such, you should actually be looking for potential 9s through that, although both blanks are out. Plot is played. Z's already out, so that's not an issue. There's only one S left, and as such, that S hook is actually going to mean a lot, and there's going to probably be case S setup shenanigans that are going to end up happening this game for whoever draws it and whoever can represent it, etc. That's very, very likely to be a thing. And plots is kind of the beginning of that. You can see a lot of cases where this may end up happening either on the left or the right side. So Josh is down 11 here. It's 324 to 313. Not a lot of good options. Again, you're going to kind of want to be diving at the S. You're also going to want to be thinking about what you're going to do with this Q, because this Q has no U's left anymore. And we're approaching the end of the game. And if somebody has to lay down 11 points for QI and just drop it, that's not good. So you're actually going to want to be keeping options and thinking about blocking options as well. That is one of the ways that you can make up, that can be like a win condition in a game that's this close. So you do want to be thinking about that, at least to some degree here. You also want to be thinking a little bit about like hour, which is starting to become a threat. Again, there's an M out, there's an X out. So there are a lot of intricate, specific tiles that could end up being, a factor when it comes to these things. As you can see, Josh actually has the Q here, but and he's going to be wanting to play it. And if he doesn't, he does have options to play the Q, which is fortunate for him.
$354, $331.
344, 331.
Yeah.
There's Vita. That seems fine. Again, this has a decent amount to do with just blocking stuff like QIS or making it score less. And Jackson does draw the S, which is probably going to be a pretty big deal. Josh does get the last decent QI spot on the board, which if he didn't play now, he was never going to play. So you have to play the Q immediately here. You're actually even thinking about exchanging it some of the time, but there are enough, there is the Q drop at the spot with Vita, there is the Q drop in the top right, so you're not going to really be able to Q stick very often. But you do want to be looking for those sorts of things, again, as win conditions. You should be thinking about pre-end game situations as win conditions. But yeah, with the S here, you definitely want to be looking at potential setup options, potential abilities to get, to put yourself in some really good situations that may not be obvious at first. I don't really see any of those right now, and you're not going to bingo in this board really at any point. But you want to be looking at that as options. You don't want to be dropping the S and just for 8 points here, and just because you're not going to bingo. That's not good enough reason. You're not going to want to be playing libs in the center of the board, for example. You'd rather be playing just lib, because the S is just too valuable in terms of its setup potential, especially on a board where there really is no scoring potential, and you're going to be able to hit different things. Jackson just drops the D here. Part of the reason is you may actually want to be using Riot as an S option yourself, in case you draw something like Semble or something like that. You can also be drawing more, there are a lot of different options like that. And there aren't actually a ton of vowels in the pool. Josh has almost all of them, actually. There are, let's see, let's pull up the pool here. AAELOT. From Josh's perspective, there are 9 tiles in the bag, and there are 2 vowels. Let me type out the pool for Josh's perspective in chat right now. So the pool is, as you can see from Josh's perspective right now, a complete and utter mess. And as a result, he's going to be probably his win condition is, let's play short, let's play small, and let's get Jackson into vowel trouble. And as such, he's going to want to be blocking spots that give him vowel options. So you actually might be thinking it's stuff like LIE, like I was talking about last turn, or something like that. He could just win also by trying to hit a bingo himself, or trying to hit the X or something like that, or just outrunning. But you do want to be keeping track of the different types of win conditions that you can have in these specific situations. And you may not want to just play something like Zoe blindly. Although that is a win condition too, just score and then maybe bingo, or maybe sticking with vowels next turn. If you play short, eventually Jackson's gonna have to play his vowel off.
18, 17.
Josh revealing Zoea and revealing an E in there is actually a pretty big deal, because at this point Jackson should be able to assume that since Josh played off OA, Josh has some vowels, at least 2 and maybe 3, because they both see the same pool, and as such Jackson is going to know that that E is premium, and he's not going to want to spend it blindly. He's going to want to make this expensive and want to only use it when he has lots and lots of, when it's significantly better than any other. He's not going to play beer this turn. And there's this kind of vowel shortage game that they just kind of go through, understanding what's in the pool, what's possible, what's not possible, and what each other's ranges is. In this case, Jackson knows that Josh has vowels, and Josh knows that Jackson knows that he has vowels and that they're at a premium right now. There's actually quite a bit of in-depth strategic elements based on the pool and based on what each person knows about the other person's rack.
375, 371.
That being said, it's a huge advantage for Jackson to know, because Jackson knows that what Josh's rack is, and Josh actually has no idea what Jackson's rack is at this point. Jackson may have both the remaining vowels. He may have the S. He might not. And again, we're still cat and mousing here. The pool's a little bit better than what I posted in the pool, but not much. It's still going to be mostly vowels. The X drop for 27 actually is relevant, but there's also the M possibility. It's probably going to end up just being an X or an M drop in that spot. But 27 points on this board's kind of a lot. Josh may just end up going with Veer here. That is the highest scoring play by quite a margin. He does have vowels, and the V is quite bad here. And there probably aren't going to be any other better spots to get rid of it. So that actually might be a prudent use of one of the vowels that are left, even though that's only going to leave him 2 vowels left. There's not a lot of time at this point either. Josh is actually fairly short. Veer is the bottom left of the board. It's over Vita. There. Which is what Josh ended up doing. And that makes sense. Jackson draws the I, which is a very big deal at this point. There are actually there are no vowels left in the pool at all. They're only consonants. But this is Jackson's best possible rack. He is behind now by 22, which again is pretty significant at this score. He's not going to be wanting to play he's not going to be wanting to play his vowels at all. He's going to want to make an S setup at some point, but it's going to be hard to do that. It's getting harder and harder to find value for the S. Jackson also knows that Josh does not have the X, and the X is still in the bag. So he may consider just dropping the M here. As you can see, he just has the M in his hand. He doesn't want to lose to XU, and Josh just drew 2 tiles, and he's likely to draw 1, and he doesn't want to spend his tile, one of his vowels very willy-nilly here. So, he'd rather play the F off if he could, but the only place to play the F off really is either like 4 or Fawn for 6, and it doesn't really do much. So I expect that he's going to probably be playing the M off here. There's also nothing he can really draw. Like even if he plays the F off and he draws the best tiles in the bag that are consonants, like the T, for example. Like Miss 10 doesn't play on this board. It's not going to play on this board, so I expect him to just play the M off here. And that's what he does. He just plays the M off. Both players are afraid of X cube. Completely understandably. Although Jackson should be maybe a little, like, Josh should be maybe a little bit more afraid. I think Josh was even thinking about playing NU himself here, which makes a lot of sense. Josh has latent and stuff like that underneath, but he's not going to play that again. It doesn't make any sense to. But he is going to want to play. He is going to want to keep those sorts of things as options. For if Jackson takes the bag, then he could just play it and go out. So he's not going to play something too long here. He might play, just play an N off. He might play something like Bent. As you can see, Jackson drew the X, which he shouldn't actually be too surprised about. He knew that Josh didn't have it, and Josh played 2 tiles, so it was a 1 out of 4 shot. 1 out of 5 shot, I guess. But yeah, these sorts of situations require very specific ideas as to what you should be doing, what you should be playing, and what your opponent has and what your opponent's options are. Because there's so few vowels left and because it's so specific. Josh does just play the N off, which actually makes a lot of sense. And he's doing it mostly because if Jackson plays short again, then he can just play Latin and play out. But at this point, Jackson's not going to play short. Jackson knows that Josh mostly is going to have... The vowels are probably not in the bag anymore. If they were, then Bents would come down almost immediately. So he knows AE is in Josh's rack for sure. And probably not duplicate T's as well. So he's going to be thinking about this very... He has a very specific idea of what he's drawing to, and he's basically just going to be looking for 1 in the bag endgames that draw the N and the T, and maybe the L and the H specifically, but probably the N or the T. There's 1 tile in the bag. I will type the pool in the chat. And he's basically just going to be spending all of his time entirely thinking about, okay, what are my outs? He's not going to be very happy about the Latin and latent thing, and he's going to probably want to try to do something about that if he can. But he doesn't have a lot of time left. You may end up just playing fixes and plots and just being like, okay, let's see if I draw, I'm going to have an out with like dint and dent. You're going to be able to block it. Maybe just fines or fends, actually. That might be better. I think fines actually might be better. Keeps his last vowel, but he doesn't have an out most of the time with the X. He's going to lose the out in 2 race. You want to have a lot more time than 1 minute to figure these sorts of things out. I could never figure this out in a minute. Yeah, this is pretty difficult. Maybe just 4. Maybe just 4, actually. Blocking the Latin and latent. He doesn't want Jackson at all costs does not want Josh to go out in 2. So, I mean, that's kind of what I'm leaning towards, given I have 30 seconds on my clock. Oh, he has 5 minutes on me. I'm sorry, I keep looking. I looked at the clock wrong. It's dim. He's 5 minutes, so we can think about this for a while. Because fatten is not a big deal.
23.
If he can play 6 and then he can beat stuff like Latin, then he's going to just play that.
410 to 402.
Yeah.
So he plays find or EX. I'm going to imagine that he's kind of iterated some of this out. even though I haven't been able to in this period of time. So, Josh again has Leighton and Latin that he's saved for last turn. That also plays at Ilial as well, by the way, which maybe I didn't mention, but I probably should have. And yeah, it looks like Commuter says that Josh has wins here. In fact, a lot of them. And even Latent and Latin, even Latent is one of those wins. But most of the actual best plays seem to be the best play is Benthal, which makes sense. He just goes out, I think. Well, does he? Yeah, he just goes out. That being said, there is some, there is risk. You have to permute. You have to make sure Benthal doesn't take an S. There are other options that are a little bit safer. I am curious as to why Jackson played EX so quickly. I don't know if I would have done that. Josh plays Latent. He has to block fines and plots, so that makes sense. And yeah, this should be 1 point, I believe. His best play is Fids and Latents. It's not Finge. Finn leaves HI. Yeah. But yeah, I am interested in exactly what his thought process was throughout this entire sequence. I guess we'll just have to ask, or maybe never know. Yeah, I would have, if I were Jackson, I would have spent all of my time last turn, and I would have just permuted through as many of the draws as possible, because Latin and Leighton in 2 spots is basically the biggest threat that you have, and you're going to want to try to figure out ways to mitigate those sorts of threats. Jackson just plays Fiend, which doesn't win either, but I don't think anything he does wins.
Nice try.
And Josh plays his H off.
Play that.
Huh?
Why did you decide to lose by 6 instead of 1?
What I have?
Just Fids.
Oh, was Layton's good?
Isn't Leighton's good?
I don't think so. I thought it was just Talons. Latins?
I thought they're all good.
Or is Latins?
And that is game 2, and it is now 1-1.
Yeah.
It's good?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Find, right?
Find is good, but Find gives you HI.
True.
Latents and Latins and Talons?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, good idea to update the game score. best of 5.
Yeah, Jackson's recreating the game. I think he knows that he probably could have done a little bit more here. I'm not sure
No, Alec, this is total
that that's an option, or I'm not sure that he thought about this enough. I think maybe he just thought that EX would just win, or maybe he thought he could only win with vowels. I'm not really sure.
Right. You mean like instead of latent?
Yeah, but I saw it won for sure. So.
Yeah, if I played 6, then you probably lose with latent.
Yeah, why didn't you play 6?
I liked threatening stuff here. It's like a lot of the time.
True.
Yeah, I'll let
a lot
them
of the time
talk
you can't
until
really block
they
this
get
too
started
well.
with the next
You kinda
game.
end up being forced to do
Well,
something
yeah,
stupid.
no, but if
The end was in the bag.
I think I just win with thing. No.
Yeah, honestly,
Yeah, I think a
the-
lot of really interesting options.
if I
Just
played
because of
6
how
and played
restricted the pool was and how
Um,
few vowels there were, you had a very, very
'Cause then
different
you don't
dynamic
score
in terms
nearly
of
as much.
what plays were possible and what
413.
the main
play.
themes of the position were, because of the fact that the pool was so
420.
lopsided and because of the S, which really didn't actually end up finding any value.
420, and yeah, you
I don't know if that means that maybe he needed to
play
keep the
Fez.
keep the S for Raya, but he probably wants to block that
17,
because of the H check as
430.
well.
Yeah, you win.
Although maybe not, because he had a bingo range. If
Yeah,
Josh played
this
the
is one
H there,
of
then
those things,
Jackson could bingo some of the time.
24.
Just a lot of really intricate decisions that are really difficult to articulate quickly because both sides
But
have
yeah, I
different
think-
types
I
of
thought you were
decisions
gonna
that
play
they're
6,
making.
but then I was like, oh, okay.
They didn't have a
so
lot
you
of
do
time
the
left,
threatening
and
stuff.
if I were to try to
okay,
actually
yeah, that's true.
play
I mean,
in
I
these
guess-
shoes, I would probably have even less time than
yeah,
they
we're just
did.
kind of fucked. Maybe we're
These
just fucked.
sorts of situations are
You seem
very
pretty
technical.
fucked. When I
and
drew
they
the H,
require a
you seemed
lot
like,
of thinking
when
and a
you
lot
put
of
the M
effort.
down, so the X, I was like, okay, I think I'm good.
Yeah, I thought I was in. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe because after Veer,
It
you
was
definitely.
all consonants. So
Yeah, no, I know. That's saying after you played
Yeah,
Zoe,
you had the
I was
X,
like, you definitely
you
have
had
all more X's
MU,
than
you had
Nice
XU,
flash
yeah.
you had
but
But
still.
even
thinking
so, I
about
was pretty sure,
XU
like,
and
there
whether
no
that
L's
was
coming.
something
But
that
after
you
this,
want
and then
to
when
play
I
or
drew, I was
not.
like, wait, did he go? He
How
has
significant.
maximum
You had a
2
lot of
vowels,
very
but he must have
specific
both of them. You only have
individual
one.
I drew a
situations
vowel
that
with lib.
required a lot of permutation
So I
and
think
are
with
not
you,
typical
I
in
think
most
I'm
Scrabble
actually kind of
games.
fucked. I was like, yo, I have the S for this. I was kind of feeling okay. Maybe I should wait for the X because after Veer, you don't have the X
Yeah.
very often. You're gonna play XU if you
Yeah,
have it.
yeah. You
So
should.
maybe I should just wait for the X, threaten it, because you have to block it then, and that sucks. I think I probably should have done that.
Yeah, I was gonna block it.
I thought about it. I was thinking about just like playing the F, but like maybe I should play more tiles to try to go for the X. What if I play fines immediately?
Yeah, if you play fines, then you might have just won by
28. Yeah. Wait, how many were in the bag? 1, 2, 3 were in the bag. Let's go. Let's take this back.
Thanks, Lola. Have a good night.
28. I would have held EM. Fear Zodia. This was after lib.
They're doing this. They're doing something in Scrabble which is common called
So 3 in
post-morteming.
the
Post-morteming is basically going
Um,
through the game
he
and
had
like seeing,
he
okay, there's
had
this, then this,
5 tiles. Yeah,
you
I
know,
think
and
he had both
permuting
vowels.
through and seeing
And
what they
then
could have done differently and stuff like that.
3
I've
other
never
tiles
been a
that
fan
weren't
of
the X
doing this,
here.
but a lot of people
So
in
the
Scrabble
X
do
and 2
this.
constants are in the bag. Or I mean,
I
when
find
you
it very
play the
difficult to
X and
even do this
4
live.
constants
I
were in
feel
the
like
bag.
you need computer
I know exactly
analysis
what
and
he had.
lots of time, and
a lot of
the things
he
that one
said.
person wants to look at usually not the
Uh,
same as the person,
So I'm
the things that
drawing
other
3
people want to look at.
constants,
But it is something
but
that
I
is
draw the X
traditional within the Scrabble
60%
community.
of the time. And
I've
if
never
I
been a
draw the X,
fan,
I get mix and
but
zoo.
Lots of
And
experts do this.
going
This is why games take so long to wrap up in
by
Division 1 and why
only by
generally
6.
Division 1 moves slower
I'm
than
only
most of
going
the
up by
other
6,
divisions.
which may be a problem. Because maybe you can just out and 2 me right here.
That being said, I
and not
kind of wish it
repair.
didn't happen. Although I do
Like,
think
if he
that
has something like
directors can
this,
sometimes go a little bit overboard in terms of trying to make sure this doesn't happen and
I'm
slow up
up
the
by
tournament
6.
too much. I've had a lot of situations where, somebody asked one question and it was something that they clearly cared about
That doesn't work as an out.
and something that I found helpful, and the director's just like, no, you can't do that. And I'm just like, this will take 30 seconds,
That puts him up 17.
and it's just like it's unnecessary chatter.
Puts me up 10.
Yeah, I don't even want to go to another tangent about how quote unquote unnecessary chatter is like one of the reasons why nobody plays this game, because it sounds like a fucking hospital building whenever you play a Scrabble tournament, and it's utterly ridiculous for a game that's supposed to be social, that people traveled and spent hundreds or even sometimes more to get to for a vacation, and then they can't talk afterwards. I think that's utterly ridiculous, and I think that it hurts the game in a lot of different ways, and is only beneficial towards a certain demographic of people. But that's an entirely different conversation, and maybe some other time.
Then, what if he just does then? I don't know.
Trash talking and coffee housing should be part of the game, right? Trash talking, maybe not. Although I would be okay with it. I can understand why I can understand why, a casual cruise ship type of player who's 50 or 60 years old may not necessarily want trash talking to be part of the game. I certainly would partake, and I've seen lots of other players partake in it, even when it's supposedly been against the rules. And then these sorts of rules are implemented and enforced very selectively.
So,
meaning they're not enforced well at all. And some players definitely try to take advantage of those things, even players who should know better and players who are very good.
I mean, I'm just looking at fines.
There are lots of stories of somebody like somebody like Edley who have taken advantage of these sorts of things.
I have mix. I held
a little
Emmy.
bit too far.
I would hold Emmy with fines.
Especially the old school players, they view the rules as being like guidelines and suggestions, and they only
after MU
take liberties with them only in select times so they don't get a reputation.
The problem is
at very high leverage situations, they try to sometimes
so this was
selectively coffee house, and that's part of the issue that we have with these sorts of things, is that they're not really enforced very well anyway. And if you had rules that were enforced well, it would be a terrible rule. They just allow it entirely.
The issue is, I'm pretty sure I'm.
I don't want to try to break those rules because
you're drawing the
having a reputation means something, but I certainly can. I come from. I played poker for quite a long time. I recognize the benefits of doing these sorts of things, and I know how to say tactical things occasionally,
but I feel
and
not trying to
be harassing and not be mean about it, but how to use them beneficially to my advantage. And I think that it helps poker, and I think that in the same way it could help any game really. But there's kind of this assumption in classic games, whether it's Scrabble or other games like Bridge and
the N's, the T's,
other old school games that you just don't talk. Backgammon has rules like this, Cribbage has rules like this, Gin Rummy has rules like this. So I mean, there is a history, but certain games have different things in common. And the thing that all those games that have these rules have in common is they're not very popular. And I think this is part of the reason why.
So, I hope I didn't miss anything.
14, 16,
I felt pretty good after you played Fuse. I was gonna play, by the way, Ben Phenol if I had to.
Yeah, I would have liked that.
Kenji's yawning. We're boring him. Also, hey, physics.
And it looks like they're about to start game 3. Very interesting bag. I think it's just random comics. I don't know if those comics have any sort of like significance or meaning. Maybe I should ask at some point. But different people have very different bags. The most common one is probably that Crown Royal bag that people use for wine. Somebody should just create a bunch of different racks or different bags. Anyway, Jackson's going first. He's going to play B-Rap, most likely. Not sure which spot. You can play it either with the E on the star or with the A on the star. Or you could just not play it and play Weber. But I would definitely play B-Rap here. I think that Jackson just missed it, I guess.
You know it in German? You know
Josh
it in German?
with the X is Magnox. And just, basic stuff like Max, just X drops. I'm probably just going to play an X drop. You can actually consider playing locks here. Locks and Max are the two best options, I think. NG, MANG and LONG are actually pretty close to equivalent, even though it may not seem like it. In fact, MANG is probably a little bit better. L doesn't really go with N and G very well. O doesn't really go with N and G very well. You need an I. You don't have an I. There's not likely going to be too many open tiles because you're going to probably face a re-overlap. Locks does a little bit better in terms of making the re-overlaps worse. So I actually think I might prefer it slightly. It's mostly just personal preference, though. Josh is just holding Max and plays it, which is again perfectly fine. Points are points. Positional differences aren't that big. Whether they're worth the points or not is, it's debatable. That being said, I think that I've always had this thing against this whole thing about if in doubt, take the points. I've always thought that was ludicrous. May as well be like, if in doubt, pick the one that's in earlier alphabetical order. It's a terrible rule, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's wrong. It just means it's arbitrary. Jackson has Yep lined up to form EME and BAP. Seems perfectly reasonable.
Yep.
Sure, you can play Zep in the same spot too, but
you play yep.
Why?
Yeah.
Z still has some value. Z's probably a little bit worse than usual, but it's still the Z at the end of the day. It has more value than the Y. You don't want to keep AEEY. That's basically 3.5 vowels. Josh has Lewing Q. He's probably just going to play Lewing. He can get QI next turn. He may even get the 64-point QI drop. You can play Log Ion as well, but I think you want to play Lewing. I think that spot, especially with the X out, that QI potential is good for you. It's not bad for you. So I think it's almost certainly Lewing here. Even just the possibility of just dropping the Q without the bomb and just the 31 points of QI itself makes Lewing better than Log Ion here. You can also just trade, but I don't think I like that here. If you trade, then very likely that Lex spot is going to go away, so GILON isn't going to have any real potential. It won't always parallel, but it'll parallel eventually. He does go with log. He's going with log Okay. I don't know why you would do that, but I'll just have to ask him, I guess. I'm sure he has his reasons. It's not going to work out for him very well. Jackson has a goes at the very least. I wonder if you can. I wonder how much of Josh's range in this spot, or if somebody were to play login, how much of their range would be QI exactly? I guess not a lot. I mean, I'm still going to be playing a Doze most of the time because that takes out QI, and he's not going to have QA very often. The Q should actually be a large portion of Josh's range after login. It doesn't make a lot of sense. But I mean, I guess you could have like, I don't know. What can you have after login? Maybe like IN or something? Like, Q gotta be. If somebody plays login against me, I would assume they have the Q at least 30% of the time, maybe more. Anyway, that's just something that you might keep in mind in terms of how much ranges matter and how much you can actually learn from them. I think in this case you can actually figure out that Josh has the Q a lot. Although I wouldn't give him credit for an O because of Luing. Josh does get QI down in another spot. Again, I still prefer Luing, but again, Josh has his reasons, and I'll move on. Jackson almost has a bingo, not quite. Almost has stuff like gasoline and aerogels, but nothing great, really. There's not a lot of bingo lines either, so it may not necessarily be the best idea to be thinking about bingoing. If you want to bingo, you should probably be playing Yogi. Yogi creates an S hook. It also leaves all those lines open. It unduplicates the E, so the E becomes a good lane again. Has the O open. He has 3 hanging E's. There's no reason to believe that Josh has an S after login and QI. This doesn't really make a lot of sense. So that's certainly a reasonable option. I can just play stuff like G's as well. Keep the O. I probably wouldn't. Just gaze as well, but ELOS actually deteriorates after gaze quite a bit. Maybe instead you can play GAE. He plays Ego, kind of the same idea as Yogi. The parallels are a little bit more painful though. But that's also a reasonable option. You're setting up your S, you're leaving E's open, you leave yourself lots of different bingo options. So definitely also reasonable. As it turns out, you're setting up Josh, you're not setting up yourself, which is never good, but there's no reason for Jackson to know that. Although Josh hasn't played yet, which is always a bit concerning when you have a rack like this, because you want to, yeah. Okay.
85.
So yeah, for better or worse, Yogi would have ended up a lot better, but that doesn't mean it's the best play. AAELRSV. No bingo. Not a lot of great options either. There's stuff parallel to a Doze, but you don't really want to be blocking that unless you have to. Stuff like Vera is kind of painful. Yeah, not a lot of great options. You can play Voss, I guess, with EMES, but that's not great. You can play like Brava. I guess that opens the board a little bit. UNB, that whole top left is not exactly great, and doing something to create to make that better is definitely beneficial, but Brava's a lot of, it doesn't score that much. It's hard to play Brava for 20 when you can play Vera for 33 or something. I don't know. Josh almost has Finfoots and his footings. Finfoots was a play that Steven Fatsis wrote about in one of his Slate articles. Rafi played it. Was it Finfish? I think it was Finfish, so never mind. This is the wrong story. This may actually be a situation in a tournament where I would think about phoning, because I really, really hate playing Brava and Vera a lot. But I don't even see a good phony, so maybe not. Maybe just VAR, actually. No, they can't do that. Yeah, this is a tough position. I'm not really sure what I would do. I probably would just hold my nose and play Vera, but Garbo. Jackson plays naval. I actually understand. You have the A for the overlaps. Oh, I guess that doesn't matter. You really don't want to be blocking the O and the E, but yeah, it's not going to work out. Jackson or Josh just immediately plays footing. Yeah, and he's up by 2 bingos now. Up by over 100. 128. It's 268 now to 140. Although Jackson will bingo back. Although Josh is going to bingo back too. This game's actually probably over. It's getting pretty hard to come back from this, actually. Jackson's only bingos to the T. It's either going to be aspirate or separate. Doesn't really matter which one you play, honestly. Probably separate, but it doesn't really matter. Actually, yeah, it doesn't matter. Because the Z's are gone, so the difference in scoring spots are pretty negligible. You actually don't want to create scoring spots when you're at this score. You want to create bingo spots. And you want scoring to be as scarce as possible. So you want to create something where it's actually more difficult to score, not less, and able to create as much variance as possible. But yeah, this is going to be pretty rough. There's not a lot that you can do when you're down this much, because again, you're down by almost 150 at this point. It's 100. It's 354 to 212, so it's 142. So even stuff like Hanky, which is 46, stuff like Sneaky and Drift Nets, like even that is going to still leave you over a bingo behind. There is a blank in the pool that's going to probably be... You're going to just assume if you're Jackson that you're going to draw it. It's your only hope. And Jackson and Josh draws the other blank. This is completely over. Curaries is, yeah. I mean, Curaries doesn't play, but it doesn't matter. Oh, I played Refitted. Okay. It doesn't matter. Oh, it would have. That's true. It would have allowed if. Yeah, I'm not even gonna go. I'm not even gonna track the rest of this game. This is completely over. People like these types of games in terms of, they say that they like these types of games. I've never been a fan of these types of games, to be honest. I find them extremely boring. Like that, maybe as a player it's different because I'm more interested in the strategic aspects of the game. But for me, like you don't really get to make any decisions here. Like Jackson had to play Aspirate, Josh had to play a bingo, and it didn't really matter. Josh had to play on bolts. A dose was pretty much forced. Like most of the plays in this game were pretty much forced. And even if Josh or Jackson made different plays, like the outcome would have been the same. Like I don't really buy this entire. It's kind of true, I guess, that maybe if Jackson didn't play Weber and if he played B-Rap, the entire game would have been different. Like kind of, but it may have been worse. It doesn't. I've never been super big on this idea of like high scoring games. Like high scoring games are usually less skilled games. They're usually less decisions. I much prefer game two, the previous game where there were lots of different technicalities and different options and different things that the players could have done, to a game like this where the score is going to be, Josh is going to probably break 500 pretty easily, but there's not a lot of skill involved in this. It's just people are playing their racks and scoring as many points as they can and scoring a lot of points. And, it's not that interesting in terms of a playing experience. Maybe as a watching experience, it's a lot more interesting and a lot better. But, when I lose a game like this, it's just like, okay, whatever. There's nothing I could really do. And when I win a game, it's not even rewarding. It's also like, well, there's nothing my opponent could have done and nothing I could have done either, really. It just feels like I wasted 45 minutes because nothing interesting happened that was meaningful. Probably a bit of a different perspective than most people have, but yeah.
Yes.
Thinking is for suckers. Maybe. Yeah. I mean, this isn't a Scrabble specific thing. I mean, a lot of games that have probability, this is kind of comes with the territory. Poker is not any different. Magic, Hearthstone, these games are not any different in the case that a lot of times the game is just decided and there's nothing really you can do. But in those games, I feel like it's a bit more accepted in the community that those games aren't interesting. Whereas in Scrabble, a lot of those games are like celebrated and enjoyed and beloved in a way that I just find very strange. I don't see somebody who's playing poker who's just like, oh, this is so interesting. aces versus kings, nut flush versus second nut flush. This is great. Like, it may be all in hands, but people just realize. I mean, I guess watchers in those games also like all in hands and like huge coolers in poker, but I don't know. Hearthstone's the same thing. Like, if somebody gets some like ridiculous opening hand and just aggroes their opponent, I don't know. Jackson needs to go all in blind next game. Is Hearthstone dead yet? I'm not like a super great Hearthstone player, so I'm not the person to tell you, but people seem very unhappy with Hearthstone right now. So it may be getting there, based on the fact that if you go to like the Reddit Hearthstone community or something like that, people are very upset. I mean, they're upset at Magic too. They're upset at almost every game. So I don't know if I would consider it dead yet, but it's still 50 times bigger than Scrabble. But yeah, I wouldn't say things are going well in Hearthstone or in Magic. Magic is more interesting in some ways in terms of like a community aspect, because you get to follow Hasbro, and it's just like, what would have been if Scrabble were run like that? And you see some good things and you see some bad things. There is a sort of pride that a lot of people have in terms of they still want to find good plays. I know Josh certainly has that sort of thing. I don't. Jackson has less of it. So like, you see Howe coming down. I'm pretty sure that that if need be, Jackson could have found newish, but he just didn't really look. Even Josh is playing pretty quickly. This is not clearly the best play. I would probably play like Unjam here or something like that. That's probably objectively better, but. They don't allow resignations here, otherwise I'm sure Jackson would resign. One of the things that I like to do on boards that I think it actually helps my board vision a lot is you look at boards and then you look at, okay, if I had any rack of, let's say, 4 letters or something like that, or 5 letters, what are some of like the ridiculous overlaps that you could find? So like, what are the plays that you could find that go through, let's say, just as a simple example, the D and a doze on the bottom of the board? And then what are some of the plays, the long plays that you can make alongside refitted that go through the O and the E? I always found that those sorts of things actually help a lot, even though they almost never show up, because it makes more pedestrian parallel play is a lot easier to find. So, you know, what can go alongside in between cargo and K's on the right, middle right of the board? You know, those sorts of things are always interesting and are a pretty good way of actually just spending idle time and doing some things that may actually pay some dividends in the future. But yeah, you know, so like onion between cargo and K. I'm sure there's some other interesting spots on this board.
14.
You know, you can think about, okay, if I play Val to the, you know, in the a Doe spot, what can go under that then and make Val, and just play sort of like mental games with yourself.
14. Ooh. 368, 513.
Yeah.
So is everything good?
It's always a terrible feeling in tournaments when you have the game like this, and then one person really cares about the spread, and the other person
I think they're
doesn't.
real good.
That happens a lot, and it's really weird. It's like, I'm up by 300 points, but I'm gonna take 5 minutes to work out the pre-end game. Why? It's like, well, this other person's ahead of me 150 by 150 spread points, and we have the same record, and I actually want to pass them. I imagine that it's terribly annoying for the other person, but if it, you know, it makes me, you know,
why didn't you play
$200 or $300 in equity, I'm not going to pass it up, even though it's annoying.
What doesn't? Naval? Yeah, I thought so as well.
Anyway, I'll let Josh, you know, I'll let you listen to the stream, you know, to Josh talk to you guys for a little while, and I will be back for game 4. No, it's best of 5, so it's 2-1 for Josh. It's not over yet.
All right. Let me change the score actually. No, we don't have enough. No, it's not over. There's at least one more game.
Well, we do 2.
Yeah, that's true. We'll still do 2 games.
Do 5 and 5.
Looks like they might start immediately, so if that's the case, then I was going to go and take a little break, but I'll come back. Yeah, because Josh was just adjusting the score. After a game like that, like, a lot of people just want to go back to playing pretty quickly.
It's 11/20/2020. The game is Scrabble. The venue is my home. The commentator is Kenji. The opponent is Jackson. I know WTF, it's really boring stream. You want it to be over already.
What do you say?
It's like, is it over? Isn't it me first?
No.
What?
It's game 3. Oh, it's game 4. I'm sorry.
Come on, bro.
Director. I saw 2 tiles. And
Kenji. So what?
Do I put them back or keep them?
You put all the tiles back and let me
Okay.
draw? What the fuck kind of...
That's not clear at all.
I mean...
If I had to rule that, I would say that you keep your tiles.
No,
16
because...
through them.
No, because then it gives you more time. That's the only benefit. Like, the only thing that's different about you drawing and I drawing is that you get to see your tiles first.
I mean, it's fair to do this way.
Sure. Kenji's our director. He probably doesn't give a shit. It's really not a big deal. But in tournaments, it is. Don't do this in tournaments, folks. People will get pissed.
All right. Josh going first. Probably gonna play Twiny. He has Wincy lined up, which is a little bit worrisome because it needs an E. There's time. There's 20. Maybe he's probably gonna, since he lined it up, maybe he's gonna think about it for a little minute. But 20 is definitely the play here. Jackson's hand is over, his shirt sleeve is over his rack right now.
Oh my god.
Josh puts 20 and puts the T in the double letter,
Like
which
the
is
other one's better position. Very
interesting. But there he goes and plays it in a more conventional spot.
Almost a Borax moment, Kenji. What happened to the lighting? I don't know. What's wrong with the lighting?
Jackson with Yahoo as an option, also Ohia. Those are probably the two most standard choices here. I expect he's going to play Ohia. I think that's more likely than Yahoo here. Now this is still the wrong position. The correct play is to play horizontally. Yeah, you're not going to get Josh to play horizontally. It ain't going to happen. Josh drew a bingo. He's going to get to play the bingo almost certainly. But we'll see. Jackson's lining up Ohia.
26.
And down it goes.
I feel like that's happened before.
And Josh is going to have a nice lead.
This,
I remember it.
or at least Ohia scoring 26.
That's happened.
Alliance. So you learn this word for French? What this word means?
Although Jackson's going to be able to bingo back.
80.
I don't know.
It's the C with the...
That's a CD, isn't it?
That's the English version.
I've never been a fan of like putting my letters in order in terms of what letters I want, like Jackson's doing with Regroup, because I feel like it makes it less likely that I see other bingos. But I know a lot of other people do it. I may just be a little bit too old school and conventional when it comes to alphabetizing my rack basically every time. I expect Overdoer to come down any second. I don't think there's any way Jackson's missing this, and I don't think there's any other options. Probably just looking through stuff with the C. Maybe I'm being a little bit overconfident in terms of players missing things. the only reason to do that is to tell the Twitch viewers that you found the bingo. That's true, but with like a common 8, that's one thing. If you have like a 10 or an 11, or something like really fancy that you aren't gonna play, but you want other people to know that you found, that's one thing. Although for some reason a lot of people just end up playing it, and sacrificing lots of points because they want to do something flashy that nobody's going to remember in 3 hours. But I digress. And Josh does not have a bingo, and we have an actual turn, I think. Although I assume that Ogive is probably going to get played most of the time. You do the S hook for Ogive, so that's an extra benefit. I guess you could play Orgies parallel to Sadia if you want. I assume it's Sadia. It might be Sadilla. I don't really know.
Principles.
Is there anything creative?
It has to
Probably
be
not.
at least one challenge in our series.
Oh, they're challenging. Wow. Overdoer is kind of a mix of one of my friends who used to have a chat moniker or chat handle of Overidle Evildoer.
Good.
Which is a interesting, useful, not useful, but a kind of cute
I hated it.
set of anagrams that can probably describe a lot of us nowadays.
This is what you needed.
Yeah, for real.
I mean, I guess they're all good. I thought they weren't all good.
Jackson obviously wins the challenge. The last set, Jackson actually played quite a few phonies, so one of the benefits of playing a lot of phonies or playing several phonies is that you get free turns some of the time because people don't ever give you the benefit of the doubt anymore. So lots of options that nothing's like standing out really. There's Objet, there's Jube, there's Toupee, I guess. Again, this is, since you don't really know, there's not really a clear option. This is just what kind of board you want, because you have very, very different boards with a lot of different plays that score roughly between 25 and 35 points. Need triple challenge in over the board tournaments. I mean, I've suggested triple challenge a long time ago. I probably was the first person to ever suggest triple challenge in any capacity. When I first suggested it, everybody hated it though. So playing Object, lots of potential extensions, although I expect that Josh is just going to take the S hook here. But makes sense. Gets rid of Object. But I expect G's to come down. Maybe, yeah, maybe some other play, maybe like Aegis instead. But he plays G's almost immediately, which makes sense. expect Jackson to play Compel pretty quickly. And Josh has a Nona I. Getting ahead of myself a little bit here, maybe, but it's interesting to look at that body language. Jackson's leaning back and a lot more like detached, whereas Josh is a lot more. He's leaning forward. He's looking. His head is downward. It's towards the board. He seems a lot more like engaged. I wonder if that's because he's ahead or if that's just. In general, it's kind of the opposite. It's usually Jackson's usually the one who's a little bit more focused, and Josh is a little bit less focused. I feel like, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I just haven't paid too much attention. Down comes Compel, which is not surprising. So, yeah. At this point, Jackson is up 169, 147. So basically, once Josh plays, it's going to be virtually tied. Again, lots of like 15 to 20 point options. Aeonian is probably the most standard of the options. And that goes down really, really quickly. Surprisingly quickly, actually. I would have probably taken a little bit more time, although I would have probably ended up playing that. Jackson has the X. Not really a lot of great X spots on this board. Yeah. I expect he may actually take a while here because, again, we have one of those lots and lots of options. Most likely option to come down, I guess, is Foe. Maybe. Probably. Underneath Aeonian, so there's not really any overlaps or S hooks back. PRR is good enough, I guess. I never like duplicate R's too much, but they're okay. There are certainly worse tiles to overlap, to come down.
39.
It also blocks faithing, which is, can end up being a pretty big deal.
208, 168.
Yeah.
Pretty terrible draw by Jackson. Interesting rack for Josh here. So you could just drop the F, and when you do that, you want to look at like what you can draw. So first you look at the vowels, probably. There's cheating. Not a heck of a lot else, actually. Yeah, I mean, there's obviously consonants as well. There's like charting and chanting and stuff like that. But actually not as many things as you would think, especially given that there's a C open with hating. So it actually might just be fifth.
Iki.
Yeah, same as if, obviously. I don't know.
So I don't know. It's he drops the F in the other spot other than if, which also makes sense. I just don't know how much he actually hits. It doesn't seem like he's going to hit that often. Although it may compel Jackson to block a little bit more because Jackson's not going to assume that he has this rack. He's going to assume a lot of S type of racks. But yeah, I mean, you permute through like the most probable tiles, and there just aren't a lot of bingos that Josh actually hits here. So I don't know if I actually like this play. I don't know. It's one of those things where it doesn't cost that much to fish, so you can just fish again, or you can do something else. But Jackson just elects to block, which makes sense. I play Siri, which is actually pretty nice. It keeps the option for drawing Searped. That being said, I'm not, it's blocking the C, which is probably the best bingo line on the entire board as well. There is stuff like Overdoers. He's blocking Ohias as well. It definitely the best play positionally, and I actually like it quite a bit. But mostly not for Sear, but mostly just because it blocks the C and it blocks the Ohias line. Which, again, from Jackson's point of view, Josh is going to have a lot of S's in his range, even though this isn't actually one of those cases. Josh is kind of confusing rack here because now his best bingo lines have been taken out, but he almost has to fish again, not because he really wants to, but all of his plays basically are fishes. He has no great scoring options, really. Like, his best equity play is probably something like Hub. There's not really any, he's not going to play mating and just blow his rack up just because. It doesn't make any sense. Play like UH and under foe, but what's the point? You'd actually want to get rid of the G here, so you might actually consider playing like Hug and Hey, even though you don't have the E or the S, just because the G's not a good tile here. And it makes your opponent a little bit more paranoid. They're going to take the Hugs hook, and you're going to get options to the lines that you do want. And it's not that easy to use the lines for Hug for huge scores. And Jackson doesn't necessarily have it after Siri, because he probably has at least one more duplicate. So that might be something he is considering, but also the G is like still, even if that G is still good for you in the long run. So I actually might play Hug, even though I don't have any of the hooks for it. I actually talk about this a little bit. It's called a diversion. Basically, you're creating a setup, like a fake setup in some ways, where you're trying to induce plays that either use or block that area of the board, which is almost certainly going to work here, so that you can instead get the places that you want. Usually you want something a little bit more guaranteed for this sort of thing. Like, you want something that you can hit that's going to score 60 or 70 more often. But in this case, given your other options, it's really not bad. You don't really want to be playing Hub and blocking the G. You don't really want to be playing, UH and Foe and not really creating anything and opening an H that you're probably not going to get to use and scoring 14 points in the process. Hug is 20, scores significantly more, and this setup isn't that big of a deal. And there's no reason to believe that Jackson even has an E or an S at this point whatsoever. So I actually think I might like it here. Just a different type of play that isn't used too much. Although, again, like, you can't use it at all, and there's some potential for Jackson to be using it pretty significantly. As it turns out, Jackson's going to probably end up blocking that G that Josh wants stay open anyway because Jackson has the Q, and he also has a blank, so he wants to burn it, and that's by far the best Q spot on the entire board. Josh is looking at gut, probably under foe. Kind of the same idea, but again, he's trying to keep stuff for the G that's open. That being said, like, gut is giving away your range a lot, because if you had an S, you would be playing gut and gay. Well, no, you would be. So that may not necessarily be the best idea. Although it depends on how your opponent's going to interpret that. He does end up playing it. I think it's very interesting. I don't know if I would end up doing that or not. Especially since the H is actually, it's a better bingo tile than other 4-point tiles, but it's still not good. It's easily the best 4-point tile, but 4-point tiles are just not good at bingoing. It's really just that simple. So, an interesting choice. Again, maybe not the choice I would have made, but certainly has merit in terms of it's very clear what he's wanting to do, and that's really important in Scrabble, to have a very clear plan as to, I want to do this, and these are the reasons why, and gut certainly does that. Very obvious he wants to, create another spot. The T's also gives him an option for the H, so he is like things like them or TH plays at the very minimum. So I understand the play, and it has some logic behind it, even if it's not a play I would necessarily make in that position. But yeah, Jackson does drop the Q, which completely expected, and Josh misses, unfortunately for him. And not really a lot of great options. He wants an open, he wants an open Z or something like that. Obviously, it's not going to get it. Again, he has hub as a fish, but it's just going to keep getting worse and worse and worse. And with this rack, I would certainly start blowing it up. I would probably be playing either Mayhem to the M in Compel, or I would play Inhumane to the IN off of the center of the board with Twiny and Ohia. I think those are probably the standout options. The board's just really bad for bingoing now. And you are behind, but there are 2 blanks left, so you do want to be playing tiles. Blowing up this rack. This rack isn't very good. You're not going to get anywhere by playing, by keeping a mean on this board. You're just not going to bingo nearly often enough. So I would expect a longer play here. I would expect either Mayhem or Inhumane to come down. Probably going to be Mayhem, I think. You can also consider other plays. There's plays like Inhume instead of Inhumane. But yeah, Inhumane does come down. Which, again, makes a lot of sense. Expect Pavanine to come down. Pretty sure Pavanine does not take an S. It's one of those words that looks like it takes an S. It's hard to remember. You just kind of have to memorize it. Yeah, Pavanine does not take an S. It's one of those things you just memorize in terms of I had no idea what it meant. But yeah. Pavoning not the easiest to find, by the way, because of the fact that you're playing through an inn and your blank is also an inn, and usually you don't look for duplicates in terms of your bingos, even though the inn is usually one of the first tiles you look for. When I have a blank in my rack in these sorts of situations, though, the first things I usually look for are the awkward tiles. There's stuff like Z, but he does find Pavoning. Good for him. I do wonder if both players know that Pavoning doesn't take an S. Because it's definitely not trivial to know that, most players are not going to know what Pavoning means. And any word that ends in INE looks like it takes an S to most people, and that's a really big S spot. So I think there's a very good possibility that later in this game, an S does get tried or played, maybe as even an intentional phony. But that this may end up showing up later in the game. It also may be the case that Jackson just ends up blocking it, even though he doesn't know for sure, just because he doesn't want to take the risk. Sometimes there's risk in terms of what may happen, but sometimes there's risk in terms of knowledge. And if you're not sure, the fact that you're ahead means that you're more willing to block things that you wouldn't be willing to block if you're behind, even though you're still pretty certain that something takes an S or not. The very fact that it's one of the main ways you can lose the game does matter a lot. Almost 100-point lead here. It's 327 to 229. And not a lot of good options for Josh in general here. I expect God to just come down. You don't want to be leaving spots like that open, even when you're behind, especially because there are ways to extend your lead with that very little variance with bad racks. So you want Jackson to have a bad rack, and you want him to not score with it. That's part of the way that you come back. And by leaving spots open like that, you're making it too easy for Jackson to score with basically no matter what he has. So you definitely want to be taking those spots out. They're not good for you. Even though they represent some low probability of you getting some huge 50 or 60-point play, it's actually not a good way for you to come back. You want to create a situation where bingos mean a lot, and that means reducing the likelihood of 30 and 40-point plays that are simple parallels or simple bonus word combinations. You want to take that part of the distribution, that part of the likelihood out of the game when you're behind, and focus mostly on the possibility of scoring either a lot or a little bit. I expect Wayne to come down. I don't think that we're probably not going to get to see whether they actually knew Pavonines or not. But it's just the highest scoring play by a lot. It also could be down, actually. But I don't know if you want to leave that E open necessarily. I guess there's 4 E's out, and Wayne does leave the E next to it. So actually, you might. Actually, yeah. I think a down is the play here. Or maybe just down. And just leave that there. Because the E is, you don't have an E, so the E is good for you. There's 4 E's out, so it's probably not particularly good for Josh. And the triple lane is a big deal, especially if you know that Pavonine's good and you don't know if Josh knows. I think that you probably want it there. Chat points out that wind is also an option. It is. I think I still would rather play a down and even down. Parallels when you're ahead are good. You want parallels. I mean, this is not going to work out, obviously, because Josh has Zabet, so Zabet's just going to come down for 72, but there's no way for Jackson to ever know that. And that's not exactly a likely thing to happen. But is there any options that there may also be other blocking options besides waned that actually block entirely? I don't see one, though. I just don't see one. But if there was some like parallel play through the A in Inhumane that also played another A off that scored like 25 points, I think you might actually be seeing that come down. Sorry, guys.
39.
You actually played Resawn, which is actually kind of what I'm talking about in terms of trying to block both sides. That makes a lot of sense too. I actually missed that. It does get rid of the S, and it is a big sacrifice inequity, but that is something that you definitely want to be blocking at this score. So that's actually a really good play. And makes a lot of sense. You don't want to be taking that E open. You want to be taking away that line, and you want to be minimizing the lines as best as you can. And that does that pretty well. It looks like Josh is holding, which actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
If you have doubt about this play, you probably should be challenging. Zabet is a huge swing. Josh is down by, Josh is down by 113 if he lets this go, and has very little equity in terms of coming back if he allows this play and it's good. So he's actually getting incredible odds to challenge here. I would have to be easily over 80% sure this was good to let it go, and maybe even closer to 90. And Resaw might be a plural of Re-C to Josh, so I could see this being challenged very easily. Even if Josh thinks this is good, I can imagine this getting challenged. It's going to be very, very hard to win this game if this is a word, but of course it is. But resawing swearing, yeah, that's true. From Josh's point of view too, like if he takes this, he's gonna play Biz. But again, there's 4 E's in the bag, and Jackson could easily already have one. So yeah, I don't blame him for taking his time here. Not necessarily because he knows he has any question that's bad. This is probably a case where Josh knows that it's probably a word, but that he can't win if it is. Because it's going to be very hard for him. He basically has to play Biz and hope Jackson doesn't have an E and doesn't have a blocking play and doesn't have a way of scoring enough points parallel to outrun stuff with Biz. And it's not going to happen. Whereas if he challenges and it comes off, Josh is actually favored because the bet just scores so much. But he does end up letting it go. It's one of those cases where sometimes people challenge even though they're pretty sure a word is good because the math is just so one-sided.
22.
And yeah, Josh even doesn't want to deal with that whole biz thing and just keeps the Z. I'm not sure what he's gonna try to hit. I guess he's trying to hit stuff like glitzier on the top, and he thinks that that's his best out. And now he's definitely going to be doing it because there's 4 E's left, and he drew the R for it. So that's going to be where he thinks his out is. Because glitzier scores, let's see, 131. So yeah, he's definitely going to be going for it. But I'm sure that that's what he's thinking of specifically, and that's what he thinks his out is, and that just kind of shows you how bad the situation is for Josh right now. That he's fishing for something very specific. That's probably not going to happen. That doesn't even necessarily win if it does happen. So as Jackson now, Abbott could just be a balancing play, although it's kind of weird because if you look at it from Jackson's perspective, probably not. The A that Josh just played is the case A. There is no B in this spot. The A is pretty valuable, considering that it is the case A, and there's only one I from Jackson's point of view, and then there's a bunch of E's. So Jackson is looking at that play and thinking something funny is up, but he doesn't know what. So I don't know if he's necessarily going to be blocking glitzier. He might be more likely to do so and now, but because that is the most dangerous spot on the board, and it's a single shot, that is probably the way to lose. But there's also like combinations of him just bingoing normally and drawing extremely well that could happen. That being said, if I'm Jackson, I'm very confused, especially since he could have just played he could have just dropped the B. So I know he's fishing for something, and that something weird is going on in this spot. Nobody just plays the case A for for 4 extra points unless they have vowels, which is not the case. There's only 5 vowels in the pool, and there's 12 consonants. 14 consonants actually. And so yeah, Jackson knows something is up. So if he plays, he actually does end up playing Edify and blocking it, and that actually makes a lot of sense. He knows that Josh is probably looking for something very specific and is fishing for something weird and making some sort of weird, odd shot. In this case, he was fishing for glitzier, and he actually sniffed it out very well. Very specific, and again, these are the plays I like a lot more because there's clearly a plan going on, and Josh clearly made a play that didn't make a lot of sense. It doesn't make any sense to drop the A unless you need to get rid of it and fish for something specific. And Jackson identified that and identified the lane that was most likely to have a specific spot that he's fishing for and blocked it. So really good play, really showing a lot of awareness as to what's going on and what both players are thinking, and just being astute and aware as to what plays mean and what their significance are. In this case, Josh does this quite a bit. He does plays that are a little bit unorthodox, and if you can identify that unorthodoxness and can figure out what it means and why he's doing it, because just because somebody does something unorthodox, it's not wrong. Usually there's a reason for it. In the case of Josh, Josh is a 2,000 rated player. He's a legitimate top player. So if you can figure out what, when a random player, if you're playing your mom at home or you're playing somebody on the internet and they do something random, you don't know necessarily what it means. But when somebody really good does something that's weird or strange and doesn't make a lot of sense, you should spend a minute and just figure out, okay, why? And what's the context of that play? And if you can figure that out, you're usually going to be able to you're gonna be a lot better off, and you're gonna be able to make plays that otherwise don't make a lot of sense. And Edify is one of those plays that doesn't make a lot of sense. It killed his E, wasn't anywhere near the best equity play, but it made sense within the context of the given situation. The given situation is that Josh clearly didn't have any options and was looking for something specific, and Jackson figured that out and blocked it. And he could figure that out mostly because Josh had to play the A. And you can even make a case if you're in Josh's shoes, although Josh is in a tough situation no matter what. You can even make the case not to play the A just because of the fact that it looks fishy if you're playing somebody who is capable of interpreting data and figuring it out that way. Because dropping the B does not look fishy, but dropping the A does. And, this is one of the examples of how deep Scrabble can actually go in certain cases, where you can actually make a lot of assumptions and a lot of different thoughts that are not immediately obvious just by identifying irregularity and identifying what the only reason that irregularity indicates. It wouldn't surprise me if Jackson actually thought that Josh had specifically was fishing for something like Blitzier, and maybe even could identify what he was fishing for. Because that's his main out, that score. And without that being the main out, his play just doesn't make any sense. Anyway, this game is basically over. I don't even know what Josh is doing there. Josh fishes the O off. What for? I have no idea. Even if he bingos the M or the P and compel, he doesn't win anyway. I got no idea. I got nothing. It may be just that Josh. All right, no, I guess Jackson did that. Oh, okay. Jackson did that. He's just trying to not to empty the bag, so that. Okay. No, that makes a lot more sense. Sorry, guys. That makes a lot more sense. So it's just as simple as Jackson doesn't want to empty the bag and wants to give him some outs in case, wants to make sure that he wins when Josh bingos. Which doesn't matter. I think Jackson would win even if Josh bingos out.
78, yes.
Turns out Perkius comes down, and it's just not even close to enough. It is interesting that Jackson played off the O when he only had one other foul. Wonder if there's maybe some other line that made sense, or whether he was trying to block something specific. Probably not. Anyway, it's going to be 2-2, and we are going to a game 5, guys.
Thanks for banning the person, Kenji.
Do you a troll?
Spammer, probably. I don't know. Four. Yeah, I felt like I was one tempo behind all game.
Yeah.
Hated it. I guess they're all good. Like, I thought, okay,
No,
Misdoer's good,
yeah.
Outdoer's good, but
not like forward or anything.
yeah, like I thought that was the only two that were good. But I used to think only one was good. So
Yeah.
anyways, interesting game.
There's some word like Reson's no good.
Yeah,
There-
Hackson or something.
Nah, yeah, I
Some
don't know
saw
what
word
it
that's
is,
no good.
That's why I
That's
wasn't.
why.
Also, I don't think Paladin takes an S, right?
No.
Yeah, That's the other thing. I was like, do I really need to be that careful? I was just gonna play something random, like Redan or something.
Yeah, one more. Damn, I could have
Guess the finals.
ended it. If I just not challenged, would have been okay, I think.
I was trying to draw Suriped with Surai. I kept PEI.
Oh.
I mean, I was also blocking.
Alex C. Holm spotted that. That's funny.
Nice. What did your F fish keep? I was kind of confused by it.
It kept hating.
Okay. I thought like an ing was a thing.
You bought Faye things, so I just
Okay.
probably, I don't know, I thought it was a good move.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I was just kind of trying to figure out why you didn't play like with if that makes sense. An ing thing makes sense.
Cheating.
Yeah.
Whatever. I had a bunch of stuff.
Resound's good.
Yeah. Yeah. I was like, I obviously had challenges. I have any doubt, really.
Yeah.
I was going for glitz.
I know. I was blocking Glitzier and Edify.
Yeah. I mean, you know what you're doing, obviously, but sometimes you don't have plays there. I was also going for Glitzily.
Yeah.
If you don't have the Y, it would have been insane. I mean, if I get Glitzier, I get Pulitzer, but it's probably not enough.
Pulitz Pulitzer? That's no good.
Oh, no?
I don't think so.
Oh, yeah, probably not. Pulitzer? Really? Oh, yeah.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
No. Wow, they're not all good. Any Pulitzer?
I'll be back in
Funny.
literally 30 seconds.
Slots here? I don't know. So I think what's happening with this camera is the shadow is making it like bright and unbright and bright, and that's annoying. Kenji's away from the keyboard, but that's okay.
Goodbye, Kenji.
Let me put my
What? It's gonna draw a
No.
tile. Like one tile.
No.
Yeah, one tile.
No, it'll be a bitch.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna wait.
No, don't play.
Why don't you do it while you play? Why don't you waste your time?
Because you could cheat.
What? Oh, look at your racks? No, I mean like after I bingo, I fill in my racks for the previous turns.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I mean, I guess you're doing it fine as well. Would you look at my racks if I left them out like this?
I don't know.
I don't usually try.
All right, and we're back.
You left it in the oven.
Game 5.
It's also not cheating.
It is.
No, it's not.
Yeah, you're not supposed to,
Oh.
unless it's like it's in your face. You're not supposed to make an effort to.
Oh, I see. I mean, it's pretty random.
Yeah, obviously you can never know for sure. Oh, that's what you were talking about.
Yeah.
I thought you were drawing your floor.
Oh, I said one tile.
Wow.
Oh, they're actually in a draw to see who goes first for game 5. Interesting.
22.
Trust the queue.
Ugh, God. Get it out of my face. But at least play it with the Q on the start.
There's actually this like weird belief that or like feeling that I have that like I actually am relieved to draw the queue if I
For
am in this whole
$50.
situation because it means that I drew the queue now and didn't do the queue during the game, which is
I might be able to make
honestly
rent this month.
almost as bad. They're pretty close to equivalent actually. If you'd rather have no, because you can still go first if you draw the queue, but like going first is roughly a 10-point edge, and drawing the queue is roughly a 10-point detriment. Eggiest. So no bingo for Josh. Plays FUD. Not mandatory. There are options there, but certainly, certainly probably the standard line there. Plays Eggiest. So nobody's surprised there. Josh has not great options here. And this is one of those times when, he's going to want to fish the V off. And you can just trade the V. And maybe that's actually the right play, but probably not. And then you can play either Veg or you can play Dev. And Dev doesn't seem to make a lot of sense at first because Dev has a lot of hooks and you don't have any. Well, you have the S. But you really, really want the line here. And you really want the diversion factor too. You don't really want all those 8s taken out. So I really think that Dev is going to probably come down, even though it's probably a better line for a random rack than what Josh has, because Josh still wants that E and Aegis to be open. He still wants the Gs to be open, and he still wants an S hook that doesn't currently exist on this board. And there are a lot of situations where if Josh plays Vig, that Jackson's going to make a play, and Josh is going to have a 7 even, and it just doesn't play. And so you really want to avoid that. To the point where it may even be the case that Josh keeps the V and plays like EH to the right of Fed or something. Yeah, to the right of FUD and makes FE and UH or something like that, just because Josh really wants the lines and is going to be willing to sacrifice something to do it. So I don't expect that Vega is going to come down. I really expect it's either going to be EH or it's going to be Dev. Maybe even VEE, honestly, because that also leaves an R hook for you, which could potentially be good, especially if you don't draw bingo. So that's actually another option. I didn't really think about it first. I don't think I would necessarily do it because then I want that E open as an option, especially if I'm going to get rid of an E, then I may need that second E as a bingo line. So maybe not. Some players might elect to play even Hive, which has some merits, but there's no 7s that end in S if you do that, and if you do that, then he's going to probably play through that E. He's going to play high through the I and Aegis, and then Jackson will likely play through that E, and then the lines are going to be kind of bad, so I don't think I would want to be playing Hive. Josh does go with V, which makes some sense. That being said, he may end up missing that, although he does get that I in Aegis, so that's some consolation. But I definitely expect a blocking play most of the time from Jackson. So he might be a little bit less willing to play something like Wire than he normally would be, although he might end up playing that anyway. Other options besides Wire, play Elway, actually making Legiest and set up like a pretty big spot, although he doesn't have anything that goes there, so that might not be the play. Like, you play Miri instead of Wire. The lines there are just a lot worse, because then it has to be I and then something, so it has to start with something like S or N or T. Much more difficult than starting with E. I pronounce Elway as in like John Elway. Yes, I don't pronounce any word correctly. I don't actually have any real interest in what the words mean or what their origins are. If I were not to play Scrabble, I would not be playing a word game. I don't really like word games or play them very often. For example, I've never had any interest in doing Boggle or anything like that. Trivia does not interest me. I could probably, yeah. So sorry if that bothers you. I'm probably not your favorite commentator, and I apologize in advance. Yeah, Limier leaves an S hook over FUDs, but it does do some block. It does block the V hook somewhat, which has some value. There isn't really a great blocking play. Like, if I were to, in Jackson's shoes, ultimately, what I would want to be doing is doing something that made it as unlikely as possible that a bingo is going to play. And you would think that would be easy because you have the veer hook and you could just play rightward from veer, but there really aren't very many options that do that well. And those that do exist leave some veers hooks and some overlaps that are going to score 40 that you don't really want to leave in Jackson's shoes. You do see he does have Elway lined up. Elway is frightening, and it may induce a block from Josh, but it also means it's kind of a double-edged sword. Because a lot of the times when you have Elway, you actually have something huge that goes over there. Because Josh isn't going to want to touch it most of the time. So, yeah. A lot of times you'll have like an H or
29.
a W or something like that, and you're just planning to play for 50 points and just be like, okay, Josh, go ahead and bingo. Jackson does go with wire, which, again, is actually pretty reasonable because your blocking options and your less of offense-related options are pretty mediocre and are always going to leave something. So it does make a lot of sense, even though he knows that a lot of the times there's going to be a bingo started at M4 or something like that, but they're just not going to score that much. Josh misses. He draws 2 consonants, which was the reason why I kind of wanted to leave the E open some of the time, but he wouldn't hit with the E either. And I assume he just played through, which, again, makes a lot of sense. He could have played hint and left himself an S hook and blocked the veer's hook somewhat. That would have also been fine, but through makes a lot of sense. And drew absolutely terribly in doing so. And is actually already in a rough situation. He's down by 41, and he's looking at a rack that he's almost certainly going to have to exchange next turn. That's about as bad as draws get. You drew L, and even the second S isn't very good here, although I guess it's worth keeping. Is it worth keeping? I don't know. We'll get to that when we get to Josh's turn, but yeah, obviously a very bad draw. Draws the J. Again, Jackson basically knows at this point what Josh has. His rack is not even close to a mystery. And as such, he's not going to want to be playing Fjord. Even though Fjord is probably the best score lead combination, it's just not going to happen. I would be shocked if Jackson plays Fjord. I would expect something a lot more blocky and defensive. So maybe something that still leaves an S hook even, but something that doesn't do anything like that. Something like maybe Joram or mild maybe.
19.
Probably not even mild. Maybe mild. I could see mild happening. Miri maybe setting up his N. Gid is what he ends up playing. That works along the same lines. It's even more defensive and it keeps the J. So I'm not sure I would. I mean, you don't really want to keep the J in this situation at all because the J is just going to become harder and harder and harder to play. But it does fit thematically with what Jackson does want to do in this situation. I expect Josh to exchange. He's definitely going to keep the T. T is good here. He's going to keep one S at least. He doesn't keep the T.
I know,
Kenji.
N. I'm just kidding. I have no idea what he's
I don't
saying.
really know why. Maybe for the UN thing? I'm not sure. You have to ask him. He keeps 2 S's. Probably one of them for Veers, although Veers isn't very good. I don't know. I'm not going to speculate as to exactly why Josh kept that, but I mean, I'm sure he has a good reason. And yeah, Jackson does not draw very well either, but probably good enough to play with. He has Koji lined up. Might happen, might not. I don't really know. Most of his options are through the eye and wired. Someone in chat suggests junk. I almost assure you Jackson is not playing junk. I would be shocked. It's not happening. Even off an exchange 4, which means that Jackson's gonna assume that Josh has way too good to play junk. Jackson has no way of blocking junk in the future. He's ahead. The board is terrible. He's not playing junk. He's not gonna do that to the board. I suspect that milk is gonna come down or something like that. Koji might come down. I could see that happening too. He already had it lined up, and it does a lot of things that he wants to do, but Elemenor is terrible, and he's going to have no way to blocking Gids anyway, so he may as well open up another hook, even though it's a more painful hook, because if Josh has a bingo that starts an S, it's going to go down regardless.
16.
So I assume he's going to make some sort of play that
33.
Yeah.
does that. He actually plays Nom. Interesting. He probably wants. I mean, this does a lot to block bingos in the short and medium term, but both blanks are still out, and you're never going to get to block bingos forever. So I'm not sure I'd actually make this play. I think it would probably just eat the more dangerous risk. And maybe he also just missed EME or EKE and missed those options, in which case this makes a lot more sense, I think. That being said, Josh can't really capitalize too well. But Josh is actually okay with this little cat and mouse game because even though their lines are pretty bad, they're still lines, and it isn't going to last forever. Like, Josh is going to eventually hit a bingo. Even if it means that they trade 15-point scores for a few times, Josh is perfectly okay with that. So I don't think he has any reason to panic, and there's not reason to really rush this through. That being said, his rack is pretty bad, and he doesn't really have any scoring options. So I can see a lot of different options coming from Josh. I could see something like Noda happening. That would make some sense. Creates an S lane that has to be dealt with. That's pretty difficult to deal with. I could see something more just score heavy and generic, like Boa. He's not going to do something that can be blocked too easily. So he's not going to play Abo or Oba under Eggiest, I think, under the T in Eggiest, because that can just be underlapped, and that's not great. Plays Dab. That's a lot. That's a lot better in terms of it doesn't give Jackson the kind of scoring options that a play like Abo or Oba would underneath Eggiest. So that makes a lot of sense. You want to create S hooks, but you don't want to create a situation where scoring is too easy. And after Dab, it's very difficult to score 20 or 30 points and get rid of a bunch of bad tiles. Jackson has Kiln lined up rather than Kind, even though I think he has 2 Ds because of the Kinda hook, and the fact that Josh just played an A off made it even more likely that he has an A from Jackson's point of view. So he doesn't want to leave. He views the Kinda hook as being really, really detrimental, even to the point where he's willing to keep 2 Ds, which makes a lot of sense. So that's why he's playing kill instead of kind, even though it doesn't seem to make sense at first. It's because of the fact that Josh just played an A. If Josh just played dib instead of dab, I think that Jackson probably would have played kind instead. But given the fact that Josh just played an A, his range is just way too A heavy. So that's why Jackson played kill him. I expect Josh to just fish here. There's no reason to actually even care about the board because Dabs is going to stay open, Kilns is going to stay open. Even if he gets a bingo and it doesn't play, it doesn't really matter because a bingo is going to eventually go down. Even though this board is pretty closed now, it's one of those boards that you pretty much just know is going to explode eventually. All the quadrants are still open and they're all accessible. And even though they're hard to access, if you iterate enough times and you give another 10 turns, eventually somebody's going to hit something that's going to go into all four quadrants. So even though this seems like a very closed game, in 4 turns, I almost guarantee you're not going to say that. It's just a temporarily closed game, but the board is very centralized. It's very uneven in terms of the quadrant it's going into. It's going to eventually expand drastically. And both players are going to probably break 400, even though the board looks like a complete disaster right now. In terms of plays, I see Josh isn't going to play Owen and Deanna and Killens. Like, he's not going to do something like that, but he's going to play something pretty non-eventful. Maybe just NO or NA or NO or something like that into Nom. Just purely fish. Something that's just not spectacular looking in any way, shape, or form. Maybe even just exchange. It doesn't really matter too much. In this sort of situation, you should be looking at specific things that you can hit. So you should be considering fishing plays, but I don't think that Josh has a 6-tile lead that just hits very often. Again, you want to be looking at like A's and E's and I's, and if you fish the O off, you're not going to hit that much. If you fish the N off, you permeate through the tiles, and you want to do that, but you just don't find a solution that leads to 35 or 40% bingos. And if you did, you'd certainly play it, but it just doesn't exist. He isn't going to want to play dabs, though. Like, even though you shouldn't care about the board, you do want that hook open. Because if you play something like Sun, then you're talking about the top right being closed again. And as long as you don't do that, you're guaranteed an open board. If that happens, then yeah, you're going to have some problems. Thanks for the raid, Cesar.
Three.
So Josh plays Eon. Interesting. Eon maybe makes it a little bit harder to block because you can't play a 2-tile play to the left of Kiln anymore to block, but it doesn't really do much different to the board. But he doesn't need to do much different to the board, so I mean in that sense it's fine. Justin has J, he has the J. He's trying to do, he wants to use the J probably as a blocking tile, but it's hard to do. So he just plays Joe, which is fine. Joe actually does limit that quadrant pretty well. That was one of the main avenues to get to that quadrant. So the top left now is actually going to be pretty hard to access. Although I guess you can play to the right of Joe, so maybe not, but that's easier said than done. So if Jackson does maintain a lead, he may actually be able to hold it now a little bit by blocking the top left. That being said, it wasn't mandatory. You could have played something like Job and actually done a fair job of closing the board by doing so. So he didn't necessarily have to play Joe there. There is still a lot of value. Even though you have a lot of hooks that start with S, it's a lot easier. And the S starts a lot of words. It starts more than any other letter. It's still a lot easier to end an S than Josh plays 80. It's what Josh is still behind by over 100 here. He's behind by 106. But this, if you're going to be behind by 106, this is kind of the board you want to be behind by 106 on. Scoring is just brutally difficult, and blocking all the lines is going to be virtually impossible. Jackson's choices are not great here.
Oh, I got rated by...
It'll be interesting to see if he still prioritizes blocking. I assume not here. I would just probably be playing something like Dildo and JO. And just giving up on this entire blocking thing, and if he gets there, he gets there, because he's going to get there eventually. But you can make the case to make a play like Drib, or... Drib actually does block quite a bit, so you can go with a more closed idea. It'll be interesting which choice he makes and which direction he wants the game to go. This is purely more of a stylistic of what do you want in the long run on this type of board, and there's not really a good straight answer as to which one's better. Drib does make it a lot more difficult, though, to access the top of the board. And the more I think about it, the more I may actually like it. The I is also going to be very difficult to reach the triple, which means that accessing that side is going to be even more difficult. If you can get dabs to go down, that would be great. Although that's probably not going to end up happening. AT is probably going to get hooked instead. DOLT is not great here, though. And RT is just a lot better. And scoring points is just a lot better. You're giving up a lot if you're going to play Drib. Jackson also has Todd lined up, probably in the same spot. Maybe. Seems okay. That being said, it's a big cost and leave. It's kind of like a middle ground between Drib.
23.
Yeah, he just goes with Dildo. It makes sense. So Jackson's pretty much committed to just being like, okay, you're going to bingo eventually. I'm just going to outrun that. And it may be the case that Jackson can actually outrun 2 bingos here. Because now he's up by 129. So that's 2 bingo outrunning potential. And Josh just immediately plays QI. Interesting that he doesn't even consider Cotty in the same spot, opening the board quite a bit. I would have at least considered it. Whether I would have done it or not is a different story because it does open up a pretty big scoring spot, but there's no reason to indicate that Jackson has one. Actually, Jackson's unlikely to have something that hits big there. Because if he did have something there, you probably would have played it last turn. You know, if you had a W, you would have played like Dow or something like that. Or an H, or... There's actually aren't a lot of tiles left. Most of the tiles that hit big there have already been used. So I'd probably... Now that I see it, I probably would have had... I'm probably leaning towards Cotty right now, although, you know, since he played it so quickly, you'd have to think about it a lot more. Jackson looking at Grub now. Grub would make very similar to Grib last turn. Again, he has scoring options and he can outrun, and he probably is going to consider it and is considering it right now. He plays Welter. So Jackson's just committed to, okay, I'm going to outrun 2 bingos. Playing ER off is interesting. ER is a lot worse on this board, obviously, than normal. But again, like, it's still ER at the end of the day. It's still 2 points, you know, 4 points that you're getting off of it, and still opening more lanes that maybe Josh would have needed otherwise. So I would have considered holding onto it if I'm going to take that line.
Population, me. 26.
Josh's Sandshoe lined up and he plays LH. Actually making it a lot harder to access that quadrant. And now if Jackson does draw an S, which he doesn't, Jackson draws both blanks. But now he actually can start blocking things and going westward, because now it's tested. Instead of the ER, it's just R, and that's a problem. This is one of those situations where you may actually burn the blank and play Gusty and Dabs. Should at least consider it. That S-hook is really bad for you and is much better for Josh. And you really don't want Josh to bingo ending in that. And without that, you're not doing much. Your other options are pretty bad. So I would at least consider Justy. If not, you're going to end up playing like Gut, or you're going to end up playing like Joy, or something awful. So I would not be surprised at all to see a 20-point playing play, which is not something you see very often at all, but it would not surprise me in the slightest. He just exchanges, which also makes sense. I mean, he's just going to get... Now he can just outrun with 3 bingos, very likely. You get the T because when you have 2 blanks, you're an overwhelming favorite of bingo. So even though the T is probably slightly worse statically, it's going to lead to bingos more often, and it reduces variance. And that's very important when you're
31.
Ahead by a lot and just trying to figure out how you can lose. When you're up by 100 points and you have 2 blanks, you're just trying to figure out like the worst things that can possibly happen. Josh plays Says. Says is actually very risky because now this board has complete dying potential. Like, this board could easily die now. And Jackson's just going to look for the bingo now that basically is as devastating to the board as humanly possible. He may not even bingo. Like, there's not a reason to. He's just going to be like, okay, what ridiculous scenario could Josh have that just completely screws me over? And at this point, if you're Jackson, even though the top right is pretty dead, you may actually just give to him because why do you care? He's playing sterols. That makes a lot of sense. The E over sterols actually is good for Jackson at this score because you want those 25 and 30 point plays. That being said, it's going to take a lot now for Josh to come back.
I must have done something terribly wrong.
But sterols is really difficult to overlap, and yet it's really easy to score against. And those are the two things that you really want when you have a lead. You want to make bingos as hard as possible, and you want bingos to be hard, and you want scoring to be easy. So Jackson's up by 138. And Jackson, so Josh has one of the 2 remaining S's, and he just needs to assume that Jackson's going to draw the other one. And is going to probably want to open up some S hooks or some big hooks of various sorts. But you basically just have to go all in here and just be like, okay, I need you to draw terribly. He just plays Nairu. I don't know if that's gonna get it done, actually. It probably is the best play, but it's probably the best static play, but I don't know if that ever wins.
332 to 186.
Jackson takes the huge spot. Makes sense. I may actually have just left that spot there just because it's so good for scoring and just taking points in other places that you can score in, but just preserve that and make sure you have an easy 25 or 30 point play. But I don't think it's going to matter here very often. Especially when Josh misses again. Almost has stuff like lamp post and palm tops, but wouldn't surprise me if he tries something like post amp or something like that, because preamp is a word, so why not post amp? Not like you're going to win the game in either way. That being said, preamp does not have anything to do with you can't have a post amp. I don't think that even makes sense from music technology, although I don't know what preamp means. Yeah, it means a preamplifier. I guess you could have a post amplifier. Well, what does a post amplifier even mean though? Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. So yeah, it's a noun, but like pregame is a noun too. I mean, you can have postgame. That doesn't mean anything. And yeah, this is over. Josh draws posting and it plays, but it's not going to be enough.
I believe it. This is a shit posting.
Jackson draws the other S as well, so yeah. Oh, he draws 4 A's. But he draws the F for 4, so. And he's probably just going to leave the F for 4 and just leave it there. There's no reason for him to cast the F right now. And yeah, it's a complete disaster. Josh draws a complete disaster, but the entire pool at this point is a complete disaster. So yeah, it's just not going to work out. That being said, like Jackson's primary consideration is going to be to make sure he scores and not give Josh a huge bingo, and FA does that, so he's just going to not let that happen and just take some sort of other more menial option score wise and just give himself some sort of option for the future. And yeah, it just plays Awa. And it looks like Justin is going to win this 3-2. You know, back when I started playing, postings used to be not a word, I think. It's finally a word now, but there was a point where it was not, which was maybe the worst INGS omission that was in the entire lexicon. Thankfully, you know, and they added it so it was postings and signpost, which makes a lot of sense because postings is just so commonplace now. But there was a time when I'm pretty sure that was not a word. Josh has Citic, which is one of those fun Collins words that can be extended with exocytic, which is just kind of silly.
19.
Oh, that's right. Okay, okay. Citic is the option that. Okay, yeah. Never mind. Citic is not a word. Citic is the phony that you want to play if you want to pass. That's what it was. Exocytic is a word, however, or it's Collins. It's not a word in TWL. Josh says kunks, which is the end of quincunx. So if quin was a word, then Josh would have some out. That actually might be one of the shortest outs with CUNX. Or one of the only ways that CUNX ever goes out. The shortest words with CUNX. Are there any 7s with CUNX? Is unexact a word? No, unexact. I feel like I've tried to play unexact before. In fact, I'm almost sure I have. I think I played it against like on Wiggles or something like that. I tried to play it. I think I tried to play unexact and it got challenged off.
Four 15, 3 13.
Yeah.
Good set, man.
Oh, really?
Family stream, Josh.
I feel like
Good game.
you become a better loser than me. I was very pissed before.
Yeah, this is very. I mean, this game was like, what the fuck?
I will say this was, for my end, it was one of the most interesting games ever.
It was
very
interesting.
difficult, yeah.
It was interesting.
But I'm sure. What did you have with Eon? What was happening?
SNES.
Why did you play it so I couldn't block kilns as easily? Like I can't
yeah,
block
like
Eons
maybe
as
I
easily?
thought maybe you played Kiln, knowing it took an S, but you had the X, so you're like, oh, if he doesn't take it this turn,
Oh, I see.
like,
Yeah.
that would be something you would do.
Yeah, that's true.
So I thought,
I feel that's what you're doing with Eon.
I kind of like knew I kind of needed to leave things open, but I didn't want to open anything for you to score with because it's really hard to score on the board without like really blowing things open.
Yeah.
But it totally backfired. Like everything I tried to do backfired. V I probably should have exchanged or something, or maybe I.
Did you have the S?
I had HERSC. Where is my? I owe you money. I'm looking for my money.
Oh yeah.
Where's
Get that
my
on
money?
stream.
I need to give him money.
All right. Well, thanks for tuning in, guys. I'm gonna turn it back to Josh. I think
Let's get
so.
Kenji. Oops.
Yeah, Kenji.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm sure Josh will have some things to say.
Also, turn his thing off.
Kenji.
Hold on a sec. Just hold on. I just want to get rid of his thing.
How do we?
Okay.
What's the scoop?
he like gone from the call? Wow.
He just left, I guess.
Yeah, he just left. I guess he was just done. Anyways,
Oh, two mics out of sync.
I don't know what that
No,
means.
it's fixed. It's fixed.
But like, Kenji's gone. I don't know why. If he rejoins the call, that would be great. Where is my wallet? Man. Okay, well, anyways, I don't know. Okay, he's in chat. Well, I wanted to talk to you, but to do a recap, but I guess we'll just
Which way is up? This way is
backlit
up?
clock. Okay, that's a good idea. What else? What else do you guys want for next time? We can do a bunch
board.
Yeah, flipped board. Okay, I gotta fork over the $50 here. Make it official.
For the next one, who do you guys predict is gonna win?
Also commentary,
Yeah, Ken just said the commentator needs to be able to hear the stream. He should wear headphones. Hear the stream. I guess that's fair, yeah. Maybe just hear us. Oh. This is what a Canadian cash looks like. It's worth a lot.
Oh, buddy. Man. That was a good
intense.
series.
That was a really intense series. I liked it.
Family stream, yes. Anyways, hopefully people enjoyed. Again, we'll be working on it for next week. And I'm not talking into the mic, but yeah, thanks for joining me, everybody. And I'm going to rate somebody. Who will the lucky person be? Let's see. Anybody want me to rate a specific person? I should also thank whatever happened while I was not paying attention. Raid, 14 dominoes. Assessor rated me, thank you. 10 people. I don't know if anything else happened. I think that's all that happened. So I wasn't able to test widgets or whatever, that's fine. Okay. So I've rated Kimmy Liu a million times already. So I'll raid Goose Monkey. Okay, everybody. Have a good night. Kenji was way too analytical. Yeah, I worried he would be.
Who said that?
Kenji.
Oh.
Anyways.
No, I wanna rewatch it just for your analysis, Kenji.
Yeah. Okay, bye.
You know I'll be there.
Good night.
You done? We should call Kenji just to
Thank you.
recap. Weird.